Yeah, that picture, the rock, is some type of demonic entity. And I want to talk today about the practices of West Africans that are not really talked about. They like to come off as if they're a better type of human being than we are. They want to act like they are, superior in culture, superior as far as their accomplishments and all these other things. And at the same time of them competing against us to try to replace us as being the known black folks of the world, everybody's scrambling all over the place, calling themselves black, trying to immerse themselves into that title so that they hope to snatch it away from us, which is another word for colonization. And I have been talking about colonization of what Africans are attempting to do. I really don't understand why there's a lot of uninformed people that take people's word for granted. They run with the narrative of someone talking nice and humble and quiet like to make that mean that these people are God-fearing and that they are righteous and that we should trust them when they have never done anything to earn any type of trust. And when you look at past practices and current practices of a lot of these people, primarily Ghana, I'm going to really reference today, they are not, they're not really looked upon by God as being decent people. In fact, they flood all the time. There's a lot of calamities are always happening there in Ghana. And these things won't be known unless you look it up, because they don't really talk about the flooding and how a lot of money is being lost by people purchasing houses or building things in certain areas that they know that are prone to floods. And instead of Ghana getting all the monies that they have gotten over 60 plus years since they were independent, you would think at one point or another that they will fix the flood issue, but it never seems to reach their capability of thinking process because they never deal with it. And why is that? Why would Ghana knowingly allow flooding to happen without trying to deal with the drainage issues or understanding how a lot of people are losing everything, sometimes their life, when having these floods over there in Ghana? And as we speak, there is floods going on right now. So we're going to go through the history a little bit of the sacrifices that people tend to do that they don't want us to know about. A lot of them want us to look at them as if they're just like we are. We don't have any type of practices of worshiping Satan. We don't mess around with blood, with rituals. We don't sacrifice babies and try to conjure up the dead and trying to swap energies with one another. That's what a lot of West Africans are known for. And it's just very puzzling how people just put so much reverence, for instance, to Ghana. That President Mahama he is demented and he's demonic, in my opinion. Now, this is not meant, YouTube, to be a hate video. It is just giving my opinion and also the history of what Ghana has been known to do for centuries prior to now. And still, actually, there are certain times modern day slavery is still occurring with children, and other areas of Africa still is ongoing. I believe that many of these people, in all honesty, have never repented for slave trading, and they don't feel sorry about it. The only thing that they feel sorry for is that they did not manifest a completed civilization, a society that was workable like first world countries like America and UK. That's all they're tripping on. This is why Ghana won't let go of the dungeons, El Mina, whatever it's called, because that was in their mind, that's when they were most famous and most prominent, more respected by the world in their mind. And if you practice many centuries of demoralizing human beings and throwing them to wish, well, you're not wishing anything on them. You don't care what happens to them. You're just letting them hit the ship with their ear, and you pretty much throw people away. If you're used to just capturing folks and taking away consents, taking away somebody's will, making their destiny totally change from what they were on, you know, these type of people are still among us, and they would never ever, what's up, African goddess, they tend to never change. I know a lot of people are so used to talking about white folks, you know, saying that they were in the slave trade, of course, and that they will never ever change. But that's not all the way true, because I've had a lot of decent white folks throughout my life come to my rescue or come to help me out, even when I didn't even ask for it. I don't really know or have too many stories to tell about Africans, though, and that's just the truth. I really don't. And when you look around on social media, who's handing out donations, I only know one African, that's African Goddess, that will donate to Black Americans. I don't regularly see Africans having a habit of supporting people. They really don't have a habit of support. They have a habit of taking away. They have a habit of destroying people. They have a habit of, you know, basically being a vampire, not a vampire, a vampire to their own people. So if they're like that with their own people, what would lead you to believe that Ghana is a place for us to truly trust and get away from America, escape America's so-called racism, and then join forces over in Ghana, expecting to have a better life and a better situation overall? I think that a lot of us are going to get our feelings hurt. The truth will be revealed sooner than later, that you should never have trusted Ghana, in my opinion. So what I want to do now is showcase a couple of videos that I looked up pertaining to human sacrifice. But before I do, let me see what you guys have to say, and we'll get to the good part. What's up, Ishmael? How are you? Where am I from? I'm from America. You said not to excuse the government, but my bet is like Nigeria. A lot of those houses built in flood zones don't have planning permission. Is that right? That's messed up. Africans are evil, wicked, and have a habit of taking and destroy. I would say a high percentage. Now, not all, but out of 100, I would say that there's only 20% that you could ever really trust if you ever get an opportunity to do so. But the vast majority are on some other tip that we're not aware about. Now, for instance, there is a Caribbean who made a while ago some type of movie. Well, it's not a long movie, but a movie called The Island. And it depicts Black Americans being sacrificed. Like literally, this person said it in their so-called movie. And I believe a lot of people, unfortunately, that are melanated persons, Caribbean and Africans, sometimes have that sentiment about Black Americans. I'm like, what in the world would cause somebody to make up a trailer, a movie depicting sacrificing and specifying Black Americans? So let me play this little trailer for you. This person is running around again obsessing over Black Americans, and when people called her out, she tried to say it was a joke. It was, just making up stuff about it, but the sentiment she left behind it, it resonates, I believe, in a lot of melanated foreigners' spirit. But look at this.
Chango, did you see the sacrifice I gave you today? The island's already healing from the gift. No, there's more where that came from.
Maybe when I have time, I'll just go ahead and play the whole thing. It's about 10 minutes long. But I just wanted to let y'all know, a lot of people talk about sacrificing. A lot of people think about other people being placed over us. And I think a lot of people think that we should be the sacrifice for the better good of the melanated people around the world. That's why when you go on social media, everybody's obsessing over us. They want to see something happen to us. They want to see us getting some type of jam. They are really perplexed and upset that we are not a part of the deportations. We're not a part of everything that's going on in America right now. They did not see that coming. A lot of people assumed that it was going to be us. That's why a lot of these Mexicans, for instance, and other people did indeed vote for Trump out of ignorance and not knowing that we were spared with the 14th Amendment. And that's why everybody's on fire, wishing and praying that we would be in the front of the line, fighting for them and risking our lives. A lot of people was hell bent on having us risk our lives. They go in front of the ICE and do this for us. We marched for George Floyd. Many of them did never even march for nothing. They just lie. A lot of these people lie like they breathe, and they just want us to be the sucker of every other melanated person, in my opinion. But I'm the type of person where I really pay attention to what people say, and most importantly, I pay attention to what you do or don't do. Actions verify somebody's intent, and sometimes they can use action to fool you. With all these so-called citizenships that Mr. Mahama of Ghana is giving out to Americans, specifically to Black Americans, because he's trying to ultimately gain leverage and trying to claim us, and people don't understand that. We are the only freed Black people that is not being ruled over by a melanated person that is sometimes a dictator, sometimes a brutish ruler, or sometimes a very nonchalant, uncaring individual like President Tinubu of Nigeria. They have been subjected under, just people being puppeted by the colonizers. And we're the only ones that is in a strong country where we're the ones that's kind of in the leader of the world. So a lot of melanated people look at us and say, for instance, we don't belong in America. We're not real Americans, because they hate the fact we're here. They hate the fact that we have protections, that we have rights and freedoms to speak for ourselves, to think for ourselves, to have our own will, while many of them in their own homelands are just really struggling to just get a meal every day, really struggling to keep the lights on and have clean food and clean water. A lot of them feel like we should be sharing the festivities of what most of the melanated people around the world are sharing. And this is why we are being targeted. And this is why a lot of people want us to believe in the lie of Pan-Africanism because it is a way of dominating us mentally and spiritually. It's a way in the indoctrination of us to think that we should submit to Africa and that we should worship Africans. And I'm really confused on why a lot of people don't get that memo and understand what I'm seeing and how it really is. So let me get to the first part of this video. Oh, by the way, all videos that I show will be under the Fair Use Act of 1976. Is not meaning to impose or any hate. I don't hate anyone. I hate behaviors and I hate intentions. And if you are behaving like you're my enemy, or you're behaving like you're being sneaky and that you're up to no good, I tend to not trust you more. And I really have a bone to pick about Ghana. I have a bone to pick about how he's maneuvering. I have a bone to pick about how he thinks that he could just step inside of the UN and claim ancestors boldly like he did, because he's moving like someone doesn't care about anyone's will or consent. The same way his bloodline was back in slave trading times. They didn't give a damn about people consenting not to want to go to slave trade or be a part of the slave trade. He just snatched people up, his bloodline, and did away with their whole life, their whole reality. And now this guy is from the same bloodline, the Gongo, Gonja tribe, running around acting like he's looking for us yet again to capture us. And I am totally against that. That's why I did the petition. And for those that missed the other day when I was on Theo, That Truth, I read the petition again. I did get a response from President Trump. I read that. And we're going to put the petition on various different sites for people to sign their signature. And I hope to get at least 1,000 signatures, because what I'm going to do is resend the petition with the numbers or number of people that have signed it. And I'm going to mail it back to Trump with all those signatures. And in the meanwhile, while we wait for people to sign on, I'm also going to look for a lawyer. I really think that it's time that we get a lawyer to represent us properly. If we get a lawyer, y'all, it's going to change the game, because, you know, Democrats will have to be forewarned about how they're moving with this Pan-African talk, and they could be potentially sued because they're not representing us properly. Nobody ever told them that we wanted to be a Pan-African. Nobody ever told them that we wanted to be in association with Ghana. Nobody told them that it was okay and a blessing was given for them to claim people's ancestors. We don't consider ourselves, most of us don't consider being related to anybody in Africa. And that's not meaning to be hateful. It's the truth. The people in Africa don't relate to one another, and they live right next to them in another border over. But these people that are demented and demonic, they want to come to America and they want to act like we're the same with them because they want to be equivalent to us so that they can colonize us. That's how you know they're not being sincere, they're not being honest. They're being sneaky and tricky like. So let's look at the first part of this video where Ghana was discussed about 5 years ago. In this video, there was a child sacrifice and also slavery in Ghana. And I really want y'all to pay attention to this. Really pay attention to this.
Do you know why you're here? This is me. In 1997, I was filmed by an American TV crew at the place I was being held, Ghana, West Africa. I was labeled a Trokoshi, or a wife of the gods, paying for a crime committed by my uncle. But this report changed everything. An American viewer flew to Ghana to negotiate my release, and he adopted me.
So she was made to be a servant or a slave because of something that her uncle did. They have in place today these type of practices. They don't want us to know about that, because then we will put two and two together to understand that these people are trying to make us into debt slavery or debt slaves. That's what I've been talking about for 5-6 years ago. They owe China for all the development that they've been doing for all these years, about 10 plus years. They owe the IMF, the World Bank, and other people that they're borrowing loans and stuff for. These people don't have the capacity, with about 30 million of their people, to afford to ever measure up to paying these loans back. That's why they're salivating and they're looking to us to be able to take on the role of paying them back. These people are obsessed over our money. They talk about how much money we have a spending power. All you hear is, yes, Americans, they have $1.3 billion. What if we could, or $1 trillion, what if we could have access of those funds to help build up our land? And again, these people have these bright ideas, and they're talking to the Democrats, the Congressional Black Caucus, the NAACP, Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, about all these beautiful plans without our input and without our blessing to see if that's what we would ever want to do. They're just putting out there, and they're making policies and counting our money towards projects that we have not even consented for. So that just goes to show you what type of people are in Ghana, what type of spirit that they have. They have a spirit of taking over someone's consent. They have a spirit over trying to get money from people without their will. They have this power that they would like to enforce over us. They don't want to join in unity. They want to join in subjugation and subordinating Black Americans. That's what they're on. And you guys are going to see the reality of that before it's all said and done. But what I'm trying to do is get ahead of it, get some representation, have at least 1,000 people to afford to get our own lawyer, so that we have a clear cut narrative that is only our own, that no one can misconstrue, that no one could lie and say these Black Americans think like this, because you see a host of people lying on YouTube, throwing Black American on different platforms or titles, and just assuming stuff that we never assumed or said. We gotta make sure that we represent ourselves, and that it is out there in real time what we are truly saying. With all the noise of the Pan-Africans, all the noise of these other immigrants, we have got to find our own way, to find our own narrative, and block and bar anyone from trying to control our narrative, because the Democrats have been really good with controlling our narrative for 61 years. And I want to break that spell. I want to break that spell and have our own representation before 2027. So by the time 2028 comes, we don't have to feel like we are confused on who to vote for, because it's not the Democrats. I'll tell you that much. It's not the Democrats. But let's get back to this.
As I'm older, I feel ready to explore the cultural background of Trokoshi. It's practiced in parts of Ghana, Togo, and Benin by various ethnic groups, one of which is the Ewe. I met with a group of Ewe elders to know more about the practice. They tell me that people offer cows and goats as sacrifices to atone for their sins. I asked them if there had ever been human sacrifices. He's talking about Chokoshi, where you are banished from the community to pay for the crimes of your family. When I left the shrine, there were about 5,000 Chokoshi.
And trust and believe, none of these people that were past slave traders think they owe us anything. They don't think that we are anybody to be concerned with or care for. They think that we should be submitted under their authority. And this is how you know that these people are not our people. They're not our kind. They're just not. I know a lot of people are going to get offended or rubbed the wrong way, but I'm just a straight shooter and just tell the truth and shame the devil. I don't think that we have time to tarry and lie and like be on the fence about how we want to say things so that we don't offend people. I'm definitely not a politically correct individual. I just go off of what I've been studying since 2018 rather. I've been very hyper attentive over paying attention to a lot of these Pan-Africans and Africans for the first time since then. And I've learned a lot by what they said and don't say. And a lot of things that they say is all about what Black Americans need to do. It's about what Black Americans have. It's about Black Americans need to come to Africa. It's about Black Americans need to build up Africa. Everything for us to have to do, but they skip themselves. They never, ever say that about themselves living in the UK, living in America, living in Canada, wherever they may be. They do not tell their own people who have fled Africa to return. It's specifically is secured only for us to believe this line of thinking. That's how you know they're on some bullshit. This is how you know that these people believe that we should be servicing them, that we should be serving them. Imagine all the people that they just threw away for generations and centuries ago. They look at us as being those same slaves that we need to be used for them. That's what they're on. They're not about uplifting us. They're not about sparing us and saving us from the bad white people of America and racism. No, it's about how can we utilize y'all to benefit ourselves. Let's go.
Women and children in Ghana alone. Chokoshi was made illegal in 1998, a year after I was freed, but no priest had ever been prosecuted, and the practice still goes on. I met this young...
Nobody was persecuted, and the practice still goes on, she says. Why wouldn't they be persecuted? Because they don't believe that's anything wrong with it. They don't think nothing is wrong about stealing somebody's life and making someone serve them. They think that they ought to be revered and worshiped. They want us to consider them our gods. That's the time they're on. And for people that are confused about what Ghana's on, you guys do not know much about how the art of war is played. And again, China wrote that book about the art of war. And I believe Ghana is playing a long game and hoping and wishing that none of us will ever find no proper representation to block and bar what they think that they're going to get away with doing against our consent, against our will, against our autonomy, and against our agency to be American. They would love to trash the 14th Amendment. They would love to snatch our American status, y'all. They are jealous that we have it now because they can't get their hands on us the way that they would desire to do so and long to do. That's the truth.
14-year-old girl who is serving as a triple-she. Does she know why she's here? That's what she doesn't know. I felt sad. She came here 2 years ago at the age of 12. So she misses her mom. And I don't see how we can justify that. It was time for me to visit my birth family in Togo again. I had come to the village a few times, but I never had the courage to ask why they gave me away. 20 years after I was freed, I was now ready to ask my dad what he had agreed with my uncle.
He says, your uncle said he needed you to come run chores in his house. To come run chores in his house. Again, he wanted to find someone to serve him. He found a 10-year-old or 12-year-old young little girl and subjugated her to become a servant to him. And these Ghanaians are the ones that's in our faces all the time, talking about unity. Unify, you're my brother and sister, you're just like me. We are the same. You're my cousin. No, 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 no.
My uncle had committed adultery. His house was in the capital, Lomé, a long way from my village.
He said, I went to Lome to look for you. Your uncle told me you weren't here. Or there, rather. I roamed the streets endlessly and I didn't find you.
Are you aware now where I was taken? He took me to Ghana, Volta region of Ghana, and I was based in a shrine. He left me. I was supposed to be there for the rest of my life.
She was supposed to be there for the rest of her life. And she got a blessing that was totally unexpected. A white guy got wind of her story and went down to Ghana and purchased her freedom. Basically, a white man, mind you, had to show some type of concern and consideration. Not an African, but a white man.
This journey has helped me value my own freedom, but it was hard for me to discover that there are still women and girls living under the Trokoshi system. I hope that one day all girls will have the chance to reach their full potential.
Again, the mindset, the intention, the behavior, and the spirit of an individual is very, very, very important. It is not enough that these people are melanated to do away with what they have been partakers of or what they're capable of being a part of. And again, if they really cared about melanated people, why hasn't Ghana reached out to Haitians, knowing that they're having issues with gangs, being displaced, being unalived, struggling here in America with the TPS? Never no concern or consideration for Haitians. They want us. We're the ones that are not being overlorded by any melanated person. Yeah, Obama was president. He was half white and half Kenyan. And that was all we needed to experience to understand that Africans will not ever have our back better than they have their own mindset to improve their own clan or tribe. or people as a whole over us. They would like us to be servants to them. And they're coming in the guise of pretending to allow people to get residency, citizenship. They're just trying to chisel away any doubt that we may have, knowing that they have a long game, in mind. And eventually, again, they want to subordinate us. And I'm not allowing that to be. I'm going to find somebody to represent us as a collective. And once the lawyer is found, I hope and pray that other people will sign the petition and also be interested. But you got to be an indigenous American Black, because once we find a lawyer, you're going to have to prove you are a real American with a copy of your birth certificate, social security number, and your father and mother's name and grandparents' name at least on one side of the family. You're not going to just be able to waltz in and pretend like you're a Black American to get all the information. You're going to have to be validated. You're going to have to prove who you are, because we want to make sure that we do not have infiltrators. We want to make sure that people are not going to go and try to sabotage what we got going on once it started. So that's why I'm going to be very particular about who I allow to even talk to the lawyer. Only Theo, that truth, and everything that I do, that I find out, I want her to validate what I'm doing so that she could tell everybody everything's legit, because you should have somebody to vouch for what you do so that they can have anything that is of uncertainty to them or question in their mind, that somebody else is checking alongside, so that everything is everything, and nothing is going to be a scam and nothing is going to be a lie. Everything's going to be known on what I do and how I do, because it's time that we get there. Now, speaking of, unfortunately, let me find another video of Ghana before I move forward. There's another one. Hit the like button, y'all. Please hit that like button. Please like and share and subscribe. I don't know what it is about YouTube, but I just do not normally get a lot of people in support of me, even though I'm like a real rider for our people. I'm trying to get us out of the hellhole that these Ghanaians think that they have us in. And we need to talk our own narrative and not allow Ghana to take over our narrative. I think there was one more. Okay, maybe not. So, Nigeria also has this, I think West Africans as a whole. I know BN does witchcraft, voodoo. They do also sacrifices as well. It's just really steeped into the culture. And a lot of these people that's talking to us all the time don't ever want to bring it up. They're so hush-hush about it. And just think about that. Some people even eat human people. They allegedly are eating humans in Nigeria. Now, I don't know if this is true or not, but people are speculating this happened and that there's a trend that's going on in Nigeria. But I want you guys to see for yourself, and just keep in mind that a lot of people do a lot of strange things in other places that you might not be aware of. And just because they're black skin does not mean that they think like you.
Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. Please, I really need your help. Please. Any help at all? Good morning, Nigerians. My elder brother was kidnapped, and he was kidnapped last week Friday. So for over 5 days, we were not able to reach out to him. And later on, the kidnappers called us on the phone. And they said if we want to see our brother back, I requested for a ransom of 80 million naira. And they're giving us to weekend. Today is Wednesday. And they're giving us to weekend. Please, I really need your help. Please. Nigerians, please help.
And of course, more kids have been recently kidnapped. I mean, it's like every time you turn around in Nigeria, just women and kids just being kidnapped. Like, my God, that's the go-to when you're struggling, is to kidnap folks for ransoms, kidnap women and make them become your wife. I mean, it's crazy to me. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat room before I continue. Thank y'all for sharing in the comment section. I just wanted a little bit more to be said before I continue. All right. The Rock says, just curious, why did you have the pic of a demonic spirit on the screen? I wanted to have you tap into the reality that a lot of people have wickedness within them. I like the beat. I really like the drumming of that song. But that wicked image just kind of reminds me of the spirit of some individuals that are among us. And just because they smile and have kind eyes or kind of humble in how they speak does not mean that these same people can't turn around and do some really devilish stuff to you and against you. African Goddess says, also in West Africa, we have large amounts of people coming from rural areas to the city who set up informal settlements that block drainage. Wow. The Rock says, I don't trust no African nor Caribbean. Too many are evil and wicked. I mean, I definitely wouldn't put my life on the line to trust virtually all. Man, you just can't trust a lot of people today. You just cannot. You have to cover your bases. You got to cover your ass, and you have to make sure that everything that someone has attempted to do, that you attempt to at least steer clear of what they're trying to do. And you also have to, again, I don't know why, after all this time that we've been seeing how the Pan-Africans and Democrats have been moving, why wouldn't we seek out our own representation? Why would we leave it to chance? Why is nobody up in arms about us not having representation? I mean, I was really burnt out, arguing and going in circles, having different videos, talking all the time, being frustrated, being angry and everything. We all feel these emotions intensively. But we got to draw the line in the sand and separate ourselves from all the others that want to be foolish and silly. We got to let them stand on their own. We got to get proper representation to say this is what we want and this is what we believe and this is what we call ourselves. And we do not want any association with Ghana, any association with any past enslaver. Sorry, not really. It's my prerogative to not want to deal with people that are untrustworthy. Who are they to just talk to Democrats and just have an end on our life? That does not make sense for people to just idly sit back and allow to happen. You said, okay, the character in the clip you just showed is calling out the Yoruba god, Shango, god of thunder and lightning. He does not require human sacrifice. That's misrepresentation, okay? But there's other things, though, African Goddess. I'm sure you do know that there are blood sacrifices. I will find that video. Just give me a minute. How you doing, Nikki? Thank you for being here. You said exactly, those are not our family members or ancestors, the way that they keep trying to imply that nonsense. Yeah, because they're trying to destiny swap us out of what we were ordained to have happen on our behalf. They want to get ahead of it. They want to try to claim us, and they want to act like they are over us, that we're under their control and jurisdiction. And that's what he is attempting to do by claiming us at the UN. It was a stunt. And they're going to have another gathering in Ghana over talks about reparations again. I really pray that there will be a flood, that God will show out, and our ancestors will show what they're doing is not in alignment with what God desires, to keep showing us signs of why we need to avoid and abandon Ghana. We need to boycott Ghana. We need not support them for Juneteenth and spend money, that their disrespect has reached heaven. How are you going to have Juneteenth in Ghana when Juneteenth is why people in Texas were forgotten about? They weren't told that they were freed for so much time after the fact. They found out late. Why? Because many of these Africans, in particular Ghana, they did not want to stop slave trade. They still wanted to keep it going. And these same people are now trying to monetize Juneteenth off of the struggle and the disgust of being enslaved still when you were set free in Texas. They have no shame. They have no integrity, and they don't know God for them to do this. They don't know God for selling tickets for dungeons. They don't know God. If they were really real about being sorry and basically knowing that God did not shine, good karma to them, I would think that you would get rid of anything pertaining to the dungeons. You would destroy it. No, they love what they did. They have pride in that. They don't have no shame about it. That's why you should not want to be dealing with any of these people for that main fact. You said child lover. Okay. Yeah, they literally sell their kids. They do. African Goddess says, no, what she was married to the shrine, or in other words, a shrine prostitute. What does that mean? A shrine prostitute. What we need to do in Africa is better deals with all the multinationals exploiting our mineral resources. Then we need to use the income properly. Why can't people who went abroad, African Goddess, after learning to be engineers, architects, doctors, whatever, to help plumbers, electricians, why can't they go back and sacrifice to make things better? Why is it so hard for West Africans to want to go back and make the plumbing better, the drainages better, the dams and everything else that's wrong? Because they don't want to be sacrificing themselves. They don't want to do it. They don't want to do the work. They don't want to work hard and long and everything like that. They want stuff convenient. They want stuff easy. They want to just carve their self out a nice little plot of power and security and independence from the mess that's going on in their own home countries. But they steadily keep talking to us. Remember Akon? Akon was talking a few years ago about how much better it would be for us to be in Africa. And the guy that was interviewing him never corrected him and said, if it's so good, why ain't you back in Africa? Why are you telling us to go to Africa? But because he's Akon, he just let him say whatever. Let me find that video. I just thought that was very interesting that that guy didn't check him. I would have definitely said, well, if it's so good, why aren't you there? What you waiting for? Why are you telling my people to go and you ain't gone? What's wrong with you? Hold on, where did I find that at? Yeah, but Akon is another example of how these Africans are. He is in Senegal, from Senegal. And let me see. Akon says Black Americans should go to Africa. Yeah, like everybody has solutions for us. But when it comes to them doing the very thing in which they tell us to do, they never ever want that to be their situation. That's what I mean about they want us to do what they say, not as they do. They want to have authority over us, and they show it all the time. I don't know why people don't get offended with Akon. I wouldn't want him around me under no circumstance because he's a scam artist. Okay, but this is what he had to say maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
I know a lot of times we have the tendency to blame the white man for everything that's going wrong, right? And that's the majority of African Americans in America feel. You know, you're not saying nothing that everybody don't.
Why come he ain't talking about African? He went right into talking about Black Americans. He don't have no issues talking about Africans. Everything is about correcting Black Americans. It's about getting ourselves together. It's about him trying to direct us. But he won't say this about his own. Listen to how fast it flipped to Black Americans. Not even 11 seconds. Listen to this again. How quick he got off of that and went right into us, y'all. Pay attention.
I know a lot of times we have the tendency to blame the white man for everything that's going wrong, right? And that's the majority of African Americans in America feel. You know, you're not saying nothing that everybody don't feel. And that don't necessarily mean it's true. Yeah. But with the circumstances that surround us, that's why we believe that way. You know, so at the end of the day, it was like if you are in a position in life where you feel like you don't own your own content, you don't own anything, and they should be investing in us. This is the opportunity now to be able to own that in which we're complaining about. Because in Africa, it's a clean slate. You can build that empire there. You can build that infrastructure there. And you already got the information.
Again, they lie like they breathe. He said a clean slate. Do you think the Africans in Senegal feel like there's a clean slate that it's easy for them to build, that they have the right tools to do stuff? No, they don't. They're struggling in Senegal, where he's from. They want to leave and be in America like we are. But they lie to us. Every waking moment they get, they lie. And then we're not supposed to call out the lie because he's Akon. If he would have been in my presence, I'd be like, why are you here then? If it's such a wonderful opportunity, why are the Africans not there? Why are they trying to be up under our skin? Why are they trying to be in our air, breathing our air, breathing our space, being in our space? It's not truthful in what they talk on. And all they know how to do is talk lies.
You're already educated on how to do it because we've done it here and made billions of dollars for corporations all day. Africa is the only place in the world where Black people can go and build Fortune 500 companies from scratch within 5 years.
Black people can go, but not the Africans that have fled. Pay attention. Black people can go. He's not talking about himself when he says Black people because he's referencing us. It's only convenient to call yourself Black when you're trying to colonize us, when you're trying to act like you are our overseer, when you're trying to take from us and include yourself on accomplishment you have nothing to do with. Then all of a sudden we can be Black then. But here he's talking about us.
It could be like China, easily.
No, seriously. And this took them hundreds of years to build. You can build it now within 5 years. Yeah. China took that same, mind state 25 years ago. China was no different from Africa 25 years ago. Go to China now.
And that's what the Africans have to do. They have to be like China. Take back the knowledge and the professionalism and the skill and all the things that you learn from the West and apply it to your country of origin. Not talk to Black Americans about doing it for you, but he's saying we should go do it instead for them while he can stay comfortable in America and have us go sacrifice ourselves. He likes to think about that as what we ought to go do. And this is what I mean about you cannot trust a lot of these West Africans. You just cannot.
In the Middle East, they just started 15 years ago and started
No,
building that same concept.
I'm kind of me. Just want to be 100%. I understand what you exactly mean. So you're saying that Africa right now. So how could Africa be the new China? How can we say that? So
Black
saying
people.
for all our black people.
And he sounds so dumb. He's an embarrassment. I mean, come on, dude. You just heard what this bitch ass man said.
Yes.
Go back to Africa.
Okay.
Whatever you're doing here.
You go back to Africa, clown. We ain't going nowhere. And we're not going back. We're not from Africa. Again, this obsession to get us to go replace them over there and then replace us over here. And they act like they know exactly what we need, but they don't. They need to take their advice and go back to Africa and build. I'm not sacrificing shit. I'm not trusting these motherfuckers under no circumstance. I don't want to be related. I don't want no contact. I don't want shit from these clowns. They can leave me the fuck alone.
Do it there. Whether
So,
it's real estate, entertainment, education,
sneaker company,
whatever,
clothing line,
whatever.
start it there.
Do it there. Don't even start it. Do it there. It's going to grow out of there anyway. But Africa's big enough you won't ever have to need no other country anyway. Think about it.
Knowing full well that all these Africans are lying in wait to scam and steal money. A lot of people go through land disputes and become unalived. A lot of people go and build something and then it's scrapped. All these things happen. In fact, let me show you this. Hold on, before I even let him continue to lie. I get so upset that Black Americans are not upset about what these people are trying to do to us and how they're talking to us and how y'all believe anything said by these people. I'm like, what is going on? Okay, because there was recently a video I found about a land dispute over there and how they just take over whatever you have built whenever they desire to do so. They just do whatever they want to do. They evict your ass. They'll bulldoze over your company that you just build. They don't give a damn. And once you lose all your investment money, you poured in everything that you could, you'll wake up to nothing. And that's the way in which I believe a lot of these people would like to see us. Wake up with absolutely nothing. And until that happens, then I guess most of y'all won't even believe what I'm saying. I don't understand why you have to allow it to happen and then you believe it. Like, get a clue. You got to discern things. You got to know that everybody is not here to be a blessing for you. God never said to trust people that were a part of destroying people. Where did God say that in the Bible? Where did God ever give you that idea to trust people that have destroyed millions? And now we're supposed to be the ones that now trust these people? My God, what is going on? Where is this video? I'm looking for this video to give y'all the total understanding of what I'm talking about, because I'm not just making things up. And I don't need stuff bad to happen to me first before I understand that it's not something I should trust. I kind of like get a discerning spirit and I kind of, understand how people could be playing in your face. And that happens a lot. That happens a lot. Oh man, let me hold on. Shoot. Okay. Every time I try to find videos, I'll be having all the videos ready, I think. And then when I go live, for some reason, I can't find it as quick as I would imagine I would. Come on. Let me see. Damn. All right. Well, I'm going to play this first. I can't find it offhand. God, I have too many videos that I have up. But there was just recently a land dispute, and these people got their business torn down just recently. All right. Well. I'm going to play this video first, and then we'll go back to the rest of Akon. But this is another form of rituals that do happen in West Africa. It says, listen to how ritual Yahoo money is killing Ghana youth. It's a growing trend that lures the youth into quick wealth at the cost of their lives, morals, and destiny. It's a discussion that sheds light on how greed and desperation are pushing a generation down a dangerous path and why urgent action is needed to save Ghana's future. Like I say, if there's a pit bull that has been abused and unfed for days, would you trust being in isolation with that pit bull, knowing that happened to them, and that pit bull at that moment in time is desperate in need of food, and you go up in there with that pit bull? You would not fare well. And what I'm saying is a lot of people around here are desperate as hell, and they're looking for things to devour, and they're looking at us as the people to go to play this game with, because we don't have protection from our country. People don't get outraged when things happen to us. So in their mind, we're easy prey.
This is important, please bear with me. So you want to be rich and live out the lifestyle of your favorite celebrity, even at your age. You want to drive the latest of the most expensive car brands and prove a point to your family, to your friends, and especially to your enemies. You want to do all that and feel good about yourself. Well, that is not a bad idea. But how are you going to do it when you don't own a business that's doing well and you earn on a salary that can afford that kind of lifestyle? How can you do that when your family in the last 4 generations struggled to make ends meet? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to share a tragic story of a young man who had a bright future but currently walking as a madman. I mean, literally insane in the streets of Accra, Ghana, as a lunatic, all because he made one decision that has permanently destroyed his life. This story is becoming common, and when this story particularly was given to me, I could no longer wait than to immediately shed light on it. But before I do that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring this to your attention, especially for those who live in Ghana. Have you observed the sudden increase in the population of mad people on the streets? For both those with mental health challenges and those based on some substance abuse and others, have you observed how their population has increased, ladies and gentlemen? It's a tragedy how our mental health system and its facilities are broken, and we have to deal with these people on the streets every day. It is a tragedy, but that is a topic for another day. These are people whose families probably celebrated when they were born, and all manner of expectations were conceived about them. Every one of them come from a family and have parents, but here they are living a completely different lives. Now, here is the story. This guy is the only child of his parents. They loved him and made sure he gets the best of everything. The parents are both corporate people, and so they really poured in all the resources they thought he needed, from creche, school to secondary. All that time, the kid was doing great in school until after secondary school. The parents didn't know their beloved son had picked up a certain lifestyle which could eventually destroy his life, ladies and gentlemen. The kid had learned to smoke and drink and chase after girls, which most parents may say they also struggle with their children. But he had also learned how to get money by all means necessary, even at his tender age, ladies and gentlemen. Their son was living two completely different lifestyles. He had a lifestyle, he lived in school, and another type of lifestyle, he lives at home. The parents claim they never suspected anything wrong. And I am thinking to myself, perhaps they couldn't have suspected anything because they were busy, too busy with work and other events, ladies and gentlemen, until one day they got a call from home while at work that their son is manifesting. They didn't understand what it meant. They were told their son is knocking things over in the house, making all sorts of incomprehensible noises and speaking to some abstract persons in the house. So they had to leave everything at work and return home immediately. And ladies and gentlemen, they came home to find a complete mad person. They came home to see a person who could not, first of all, recognize them and also couldn't engage in any type of conversation. They had to call people in the neighborhood to pin him down and strap him in clothing and rush him to the hospital. He struggled with them all the way till he was injected with a sedation drug to finally put him to sleep. After 3 years of spending money and time and every other resource they had through taking him from one medical center to the next, the best they could get was drugging him to make him calm and quiet every day. But today, he's totally gone into the streets and the parents have no idea of his whereabouts. The reason I'm sharing this, ladies and gentlemen, is because his best friend, who all this while said nothing about knowing anything about his friend's demise, also started manifesting just as his friend did. His best friend is already gone on the streets, completely losing his mind. It took another friend whom the parents didn't know to come and tell it all, ladies and gentlemen. This other friend met the guy's parents because he fears his time may also be coming soon. So he first of all told his own parents the whole story, and together they came looking for the other guy's parents to tell them what's behind what's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, when these guys went to school, when they were in secondary school, they joined their seniors in a secret occult group on campus. By the time they were in their final year in secondary school, the three boys visited a ritualist to help them get magical powers to convince white people on the internet to send them money. They went for magical powers to fraud or charm both white men and white women online to send them money. The thing apparently worked, and they received just enough money to buy some multiple flagship phones like an iPhone and Samsung. They also received enough money to buy some fancy watches and a car, ladies and gentlemen. And this car was kept in the second friend's house. The second guy managed to convince his parents that he got a job and he drives his boss in that car, and so he was only a driver, so he gets to bring the car home and take it out every morning. But this is where their problems began. The Yahoo ritualist requested something from them, which all three boys declined to give. This is the story told by the third boy, and ladies and gentlemen, I cannot share the content with you because it will create another problem altogether. But what I can tell you about the story is this. The boys decided not to visit the man, the shrine man, again, and thought that would be all. They thought by shunning the ritualist, they could move on with their lives, and they did that because they found another ritualist who convinced them that the first ritualist, his powers were just for beginners. They were convinced nothing will happen since they were now with a more powerful ritualist. That was the beginning of their problem, ladies and gentlemen. The third guy said, there is a certain ritual they perform every Friday at the first ritualist shrine since they started on this journey.
And if y'all don't think that some of these Ghanaians are doing rituals on us. Many West Africans are definitely doing destiny swap rituals on us. I do pray away what is happening to us as a collective. But just know that these people are deeply steeped into rituals, and they're attempting to destiny swap with us. They want us to be over there in Africa dealing with what most Africans deal with. And they would like to be here instead in America. Trump really put a wrench in all these Democratic Pan-African clowns' plans. They really thought that they were going to be in office, and they really thought that they were just going to force us and make us sheeple to Ghana, like without anyone objecting or saying anything about it. And I'm so glad that I have time to protect ourselves and to get together our own narrative that's going to benefit us long term. And because what I desire to do is block and bar Ghana from ever contacting us and my family, especially. Like, and I'm on the side of y'all, but if y'all want to play games like you ain't got to do nothing, y'all ain't got to say nothing, you ain't got to write on a petition or do anything constructive, and you're just going to let things live and let it be and let whatever happens to you, I don't want to have any association with anybody like that. I only want to associate with people that believe that you need to protect yourself. You have to defend yourself. You have to make sure that all the important people that are out here knows who we are and what we represent ourselves as, without allowing other people to just slide on in and take control and reign over our narrative like the Democrats have been allowing to have happen. They are the ones that are in our way, that is trying to force Pan-Africanism on us and down our throat. They're the only ones that's been perpetuating endorsing of Ghana. Like, there's nothing wrong with them. Like, we ain't got to worry about nothing when we have plenty to worry about. And I believe the Democrats are culpable for allowing this perception and narrative that unity needs to happen with people like this, that think like this, that does rituals and has it out bad for us, that are stalkish to us. We got stalkers on social media talking about us every waking moment of the day. You can go on social media 3 o'clock in the morning, you'll have the topic about us. You damn sure will. You may not even hear about Trump and what he's doing, but you're going to hear about Black Americans, because everybody wants to control us. Everybody wants to say what we do and how we believe and what we desire. Everybody's trying to form and mold us into the mindset of what they desire. I'm definitely a big disruptor of that. I like I said, as a kid, I was a teenager when Jesse Jackson gave us African American. I was on fire immediately, and I understand now why. Because your identity is connected to your destiny. I'm going to say it again. Your identity is connected to your destiny. Calling yourself African, putting it above American, is saying that you view yourself African more than American. This confusion that came, it was like, it felt as if it was like juju. Just the name in itself had a lot of confusion, especially people that were born into that name. They had no chance. People that were Black American like myself, when the name change happened, I just never called myself African American. I only referred to myself as Black American the whole entire time. If someone called me that, I correct them immediately. I decided to choose my own identity. Like in my mind, it's like this. If transgender people can call themselves she when they were he, damn it, you can accept me calling myself Indigenous American Black. I have just as much right as someone that has balls swinging when they jump up and down to call themselves a woman. I have more of a right to self-declare my own identity. And I'm not allowing strangers, foreigners that just got here for a few decades or even less than that, dictate to me what I'm going to call myself and think of myself. Because again, my destiny is wrapped into America. It has nothing to do with Africa. I don't give a damn what's going on in y'all mind and spirit. If y'all feel that way, get to getting. Get to getting. Get to where you need to go, where you feel like you need to be. But the issue is everybody wants to dictate about us who don't want to be fucked with in regards to Africa. Like, y'all are losing your mind that we don't want to be bothered. Y'all invited us to the cookout, to the goosey soup, to the jollof rice, whatever, bush meat, all that. We said, no, thank you, I'll pass. And y'all still are standing there arguing, why won't I take whatever you're offering? Because it's not important. What's important is maintaining my identity. What's important is me recognizing myself as American and having a destiny connected to this country. I do not want to destiny swap with Africans and go to Africa. I'm not desiring to look at Africa as my Mecca. I'm not going to look at Africans as my Lord and Savior. I'm not bowing down. So there ain't no point of me being in Africa, because if you got to bow down to so-called kings that were a part of the slave trade, you got me fucked up. I'm not going nowhere near those people. They are not allowed around me. Period.
Which they all stopped at this point. The ritualists tried contacting them to come every Friday and they didn't. And the third guy said, this is what has destroyed the lives of his two other friends. It became a battle between the two ritualists. He said he went back and did it and was again reminded by the ritualists to provide the same thing he requested from them earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, he is still unwilling to give to the ritualist. And after seeing how his two friends, how their lives have ended, decided to tell his parents. Now, hear me out. According to the third guy, he sees many other young people at both shrines every time he goes there. And they all have one thing in common. They come there looking for money. They want money. They want their music to go international or viral. They want to be rich.
They want their music to go viral. They want money. They want a destiny swap with us. I want you to hear this again. See, I love when Africans do tell the truth. That's why I really like African Goddess. She needs to have her own damn channel. People that speak the truth as Africans, we appreciate it. We really do. I don't want to feel like I'm a bad person for pointing out things that is hindering us or that could harm us, and it happens to be connected to an African, but it's because of you guys' imposement onto our culture now, onto claiming ancestors that don't belong to you, trying to get policies behind the scenes connected to that African American term. We're going to have to gut that term, and it's gutted. No, it's gutted. We just need a lawyer to make that point to Trump and whoever else to make sure that this is what it's going to be moving forward, especially in 2028. That way we won't be cannibalizing ourselves, tripping off of the Democrats. The Democrats are not going to have no power once we do this move. Once we get proper representation, we don't need to even think about the Democrats. They need to be worried about us. They'll have to worry about what we're about to do next. We're paying attention to every detail now. They already made mistakes with the African Union, with Ghana. Al Sharpton running around talking about he endorses this and that with his bitch ass. They already fucked up. We got to let it be known you fucked up, sir. Ain't nobody asked you to represent us. Who the fuck you thought you were doing? People talking about, oh, he did it. You should be glad. I'm not glad. I'm pissed. He should never try to come talking about these are his people. Take and claim. Just imagine take. I'm going to take your ancestor spirit and knowledge of and make this person my people. What you going to do about it? We're going to bar your ass. That's what we're going to do about it. We're going to block your ass from having anything else to say in our whole lifetime. You have to get the hell clear of us and go get those peasants, those dumb birds, those Pan-African goofies, and have at it. We'll just read about that shit, but we ain't gonna be there. We ain't gonna be nowhere near dealing with your ass. Let me see what you guys have to say before I continue. Again, a lot of people don't like how I do what I do. I wish men would do what I do. Then I wouldn't have to do. I wouldn't have to say, I wouldn't have to point out, I wouldn't have to do nothing. But we don't have no support. We don't have the right type of leadership. People don't want to take the role of being a leader, which you don't have to be marching and carrying on. You just have to tell the truth and let everybody know that you're telling the truth. That's what we ask for as women. Speak up, take over, suggest things that we do, to protect ourselves moving forward. If I had it my way, after this petition is put up and out, everybody that signs on it, get copies of it, do like your own version, just put the name on it and resend it back to Trump, certified, notarized, like I did. If there's can you imagine if there's 20 to 50,000 that did that and all he keeps receiving is the same request, the same thing? Man, that would make him really think long and hard. But we don't want to apply pressure. Everybody wants to remain being indifferent. Everybody wants to stay clear of being held to a standard or having responsibility and accountability for who you are as a person. I have to represent myself as a person. I cannot allow anyone to take me over. No. I'm an older woman now. I've earned my stripes. I've fought different things in my life. Came close to death a lot of times. I'm going to be honest, a lot of times. And I persevered. I'm very spiritual. I think about God and what he deems for me to do. What I know is God allows me to feel ill when something is troubling me. My stomach gets all messed up. I get headaches all the time. I don't sleep very, very well. I can't stay comfortable. I don't find peace. If something is pressing on me, I have to deal with it in some way, form, or fashion to make me feel relief. Otherwise, I'm just tormented. Maybe it's a good or bad thing, but it's good because I'm actionary. We have to put action to what we're talking on. We cannot just talk because they're showcasing different scenes that they want the world to see, and we don't have those scenes. Like when President Obama or President Muhammad went to UN, you mostly seen clips of him standing at the podium talking about this is the gravest sin. You know what I mean? He was talking all that jazz and then had the nerve to go somewhere and get a award for him being the representation of the reparations. They try to give him a gold star on top of it all. We didn't give him a gold star. We rebuked his ass. I want to formally rebuke his ass. I want everybody to know our narrative moving forward. Like it has to, I wanted to hit mainstream where you have a new set of Black Americans who are not having this Pan-African bullshit. They're not having it. They're standing up for themselves and they're speaking against what Ghana is proposing that they do. We have to go all out with it because these motherfuckers did not come to play. They're not playing with us. All right. You said what we need to do in Africa is better deals. Oh, I read that. Okay. Yeah, right. These Africans and Caribbeans are trying to speak as if they're us. Exactly. But see, this is what they're doing. So long as you can wear and wrap yourself around the Black label, you can speak up to. And that's right there is a false equivalency to what we are as Black people. We are ethnically Black here in America. We made Black important. We made it famous. Everybody that talks about Black primarily thinks about us. They don't think about Africans. They're trying so hard to normalize themselves into the Black identity now. Let me show you an example of this. I couldn't believe this. You remember that Idris, what's his name? The actor guy from Britain who takes on roles of Black Americans. That's how he became fake or famous, by pretending to be one of us. Well, this same man had some type of gathering of playing house music or something. He called that shit the Black, let me see, I gotta find it. I don't remember offhand. Let me see. Where did you go? Let me find that fool. They're trying to destiny swap us out, y'all. They're trying everything and all things. Oh, here we go. He DJ'd, y'all, this Idris at a house party. Of course, we made up house music. So now he's doing our music and he's calling it a Black house. It's now called Black House Radio. Black House Radio, y'all. Look at this shit. They can't just be African. They can't just settle for that. They have to get in our lane. They have to use our name. They have to make us listen to them because they show Black and we have to see what the Black part is about. And it's their asses using our name. Again, our music, our culture. Now he's got turntables, everybody in the house vibing out, calling it Black House. Come on, y'all. That's what I'm talking about. They didn't come to unify, they came to colonize. They ain't gotta ask, they just take what they want. They take what they want. Look at Akon. When he came back recently, his bitch ass tried to call himself a gangster. He had gangster people around him, you know, like the gangster music, try to just to spruce up his name. He goes straight to us. Let me show you this shit. Let me show you this shit. Never ever ends. Africans just take. They can't just be themselves and ride on that. They gotta use us. They gotta take our culture. They gotta get money from our culture, use our people for the culture, stage the stunt of our culture. Look at this. He have all these guys around him to validate him now as a gangster. Come on. Look at this.
Man, I talk to that. Man, go ahead. I felt they answer my text, nothing. Like, you don't do not disturb. On the west side, I felt that tea money. Nashville, bro. Rich person. Got money over there, bro.
So he just uses us. Oh, he hasn't appeared yet. Let me show y'all. Let me fast forward a little bit. can't they do anything without our influence? We ain't got no culture, but you have to use the blueprint of what we do so that you can be relevant. And then you turn around after becoming relevant and shit on us. Let me show y'all another video where he shitted on us. After using our style, using our swag, he says this about Black Americans. Hold on. Akon. He said that the Africans got the vibe. Let me play this to remind y'all how easy it is for these people to diss us.
What is up with Africans? Like
African.
Yeah.
We a little different when it
Yeah,
comes to stage presence.
yeah.
Now in America, oh yeah, them niggas gonna be wobbling, pants hanging half down, bored as hell, half asleep because they high as hell.
Right, yeah.
But Africa, we wake up in the morning like, look at these YouTube clips of all these kids from Uganda and how they be, you know what I'm saying? Like these kids are performers. Like so, for us, it comes natural, you know, like to watch the kids from.
So it comes natural to him, but he had to start off in our music. Okay. Africans are watching us getting our moves, using our lingo, using our style. You got Shabuzi trying to be a country singer. Where he get that from? We did it. We made and created country music. And the first chance Shabuzi got to big up us, he didn't do that. He started talking about the immigrants built this country. You see what I'm saying? These people want you to do as they say, not as they do. Like you're not supposed to recognize anything that's hypocritical. We ain't supposed to recognize all the disrespect and disdain that they actually have for us. We got to put them on a pedestal somehow because they're African. Pan-Africans would like you to believe that. Pan-Africans would like you to just overlook the disrespect and the disdain of us. Oh, because they can be called black, and all of a sudden, all is well, huh? It's not well. These people are not right.
African.
Yeah.
We a little different when it comes to stage presence. Now in America, oh yeah, them niggas gonna be wobbling, pants hanging half down, bored as hell, half asleep because they high as hell.
Right, yeah.
But Africa, we wake up in the morning like, look at these YouTube clips of all these kids from Uganda and how they be, you know what I'm saying? Like these kids are performers. Like so, for us, it comes natural, you know, like to watch the kids from the African.
Yeah.
We a little different when it comes to stage presence. Now in America,
Okay, he's a little different, but everybody keeps screaming that we African too. Which one is it? Again, they get to do as they want and tell us what we're supposed to do in their mind, in their little bitty mind of thinking. We ain't supposed to pay attention to how they move. You ain't supposed to pay attention to how they disrespect and disregard. But because they told you that Africa's better for you, you need to get on that path of thinking. Let them tell it. Let the Pan-Africans tell it. In fact, we have a Black American that argued on Love's World Channel. He's a Hebrew, from Negro to Hebrew, a Hebrew clown. And he wanted to argue, talking about we African and we need to come to Africa. America's not our home. We got all kinds of enemies surrounding us about who we are here in this soil. Everybody wants to try to get us gone. Everybody's trying to uproot us so bad. They cannot stop. They cannot stop. So we got to stop them. Y'all. Listen to this.
Okay, hey Hebrews to Negroes.
Hey. Well, you know, I mean, I've been listening. It's sad to see Black Americans concerned about massive housing.
You addressing the point?
Yeah, so Black people in America are mad at foreigners coming into America.
Do you think it's only Black people in America, Matt?
Well, if everybody here is Black, then who's upset with foreigners coming into America?
Americans.
Okay, but people on the stage, are they white or black?
No, I just don't want you to frame it like it's only black people.
Oh, okay. Well, if
It's Americans.
Yeah, white tea Americans complain about foreigners. I don't care about what they.
It's other kind of Americans. Well, even though they hear from somewhere else, but they did it the right way, they complaining about it too.
Yeah, but we have to understand that as black people, or whatever you want to call yourself, if you're African American on your birth certificate, or Negro, or colored, or whatever your birth certificate says, then this, and again, I keep saying the same thing. This is not our land. This is technically their land.
Again, this is not our land. This was what Pan-Africans say. This is what Ghana wants you to believe and say. This is what Democrats want you to believe and say. The Congressional Black Caucus, the Urban League, the NAACP, all of them, whether they're Black American or not, have signed deals behind our backs about us being connected and like under the authority of these people. They have a plan for 2030, y'all. Let me look up this plan for 2030. 2030, they had a plan, and by 2063 they're saying that we're supposed to be totally integrated into Africa affairs. We're supposed to be helping them out with their bills, helping to build. Oh, we're supposed to be going back to Africa. Man, these people are make up all kinds of plans. Says 2030 African Union plans for 6 region. They made plans on our behalf, y'all. It says the African Union 6 region, the region that they classified African American to be a part of since 2003. It says it refers to the global African diaspora, a designation created to integrate an estimated 350 million of the African descent worldwide into the continent's development. Oh, I get to help pay the bills? Oh my God, I'm so excited. Oh, I get to become a servant and a slave to you? It says leading into 2030, the AU strategy focuses on formalizing diaspora representation, boosting economic investment, and enhancing cross-continental partnerships. Oh my God. Why wasn't we told about this, y'all? They went and had conversations among themselves, and we're supposed to be all on board because they said so. Who the fuck these people think they are? Like, aren't you guys outraged? It says structural integration. The AU is working to establish permanent institutional frameworks to give the diaspora a stronger political and policy making voice. Really? You're gonna help me get my voice by 2030? You're gonna talk like I think? You're gonna help me out, or are you guys helping yourself? It says integrating them into civil society organization forums and the Economic, Social, and Cultural Council. Really? Oh, wow. Economic empowerment. The AU is actively promoting initiatives such as those driven by the AU 6 Region USA Foundation to build comprehensive professional databases, establish Pan-African trade centers, and facilitate foreign direct investment and skill transfers back to the continent. We get to go back to the continent. Oh, really? That's why they're arguing with us, because they already made plans about what our destiny was going to involve around dealing with them and being subordinated to them without our consent and without our blessing. Can't you understand now that we need our proper representation? Not these people just running amok, talking on our behalf without even consulting or giving us the proper understanding of their conversations. They're just doing it. They're just doing it. Now it says reparations and identity, capitalizing on recent AU themes such as the Year of Justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. Wow. The AU is elevating discussions around global racial justice, cultural preservation, and the restitution of historical artifacts. Yay, that's exactly what I wanted. I don't think so. It says the Global Africa Initiatives. The AU is collaborating with entities like the African Union 6 Region Global to build a digital and physical bridge that links diaspora professionals with health, tech, finance, and infrastructure projects on the continent. Yay! Did you guys sign up for any of this? Wow, it says all we are made to do for them is give out the dough and our expertise over there on the continent, and apparently we're all moving. We all gonna be about Africa. We all gonna be embraced into Africa's forum or thoughts or initiatives without our consent. That's what I have an issue with. This is why these people have to be dealt with. This is why these people can't speak for me. This is why the Democrats are, to me, need to be put in hell or jailed or fined or sued. One of those. You understand what I'm saying now? They can't speak for us, Nikki. That's why we need our own organization to prohibit them from speaking for us. We cannot have Africans and Caribbeans speaking for us. They're not speaking my language. I don't want to go to Africa. I don't want to learn their culture. I don't care to eat their fucking food unless it's in America. I already tried it. I wasn't impressed, so I'm cool. They all have to fucking get out of our faces and out of our spaces. And we got to stand up and make sure it happens, because they believe by 2030, that's like not even 4 years from now. They thought they were just going to just run us over, bogart us, corner us, and snatch us up like they have done in times past. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Nikki says that shouldn't offend anyone. They're Africans and we're Americans. They hurt their own feelings by trying to claim they're us just to get denied. Exactly. Speaking of which, a lot of Africans have problems with identity. There was a Nigerian dude who decided to get on the airplane with a fraudulent boarding pass, and he was founded out. They don't have integrity. Not all, but there's too many that do not have integrity. They're doing anything and all things that they can do to get by. And again, if we could be useful tools for them, they'll use us as well. I don't want no affiliation with people like this. I'm sorry. I got my own problems. I could do bad all by myself. I don't need no help being bad, off, struggling. I don't need nobody to make it worse or make it final.
An airport security breach is under investigation in Houston, Texas. Police say a man boarded a United Airlines flight with a fake boarding pass. ABC's Jacqueline Lee has more on how this incident is putting authorities on high alert. A significant security breach at Houston's Bush Intercontinental Airport. A man with a fake boarding pass successfully boarding United Flight 469 to Los Angeles, according to police. 25-year-old Abdul Rahman Ariami is now facing a felony charge. According to this criminal complaint, Ariami was able to get past TSA the morning of May 18th, despite his canceled flight reservation, his boarding pass appearing to be a forgery. Police allege he approaches a gate and tries twice to scan a fake boarding pass, but fails. More than an hour later, he allegedly approaches another gate, walks past busy United gate agents, and boards the flight. The charging documents say Oriami hid in the plane's restroom as it taxied to the runway and wasn't detected until a passenger notified the crew. Once the crew realized he wasn't booked on the flight, the plane returned to the gate. And this is one of several recent incidents where a stowaway successfully boarded a flight. In February, Svetlana Dali bypassed security at Newark Liberty International, snuck onto a United flight, and flew to Milan, Italy, where she was later detained by authorities. And in November 2024, Dali blended in with a crowd at Newark Liberty International and boarded a Delta flight to Paris without a ticket, passport, or travel visa. When that Houston plane returned to the gate, the suspect was met by police officers, the FBI, and explosive detection K-9 unit. The flight delayed for 3 hours. The suspect appears in court on Monday. Jacqueline Lee, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Again, I'm just pointing out the truth. A lot of these people are dealing with desperation, and they're doing any and all things they can do to get over. And you want to trust these types of people to be in your corner. Are y'all serious? Are y'all okay? Okay, let me show you this. This guy. Here he is. This guy, he did this. That was him. Okay? A Nigerian, by the way. Never ends. Okay, let me see. Okay. Oh, I can't read that. That's the New York Times. They be tripping all the time. But like I said, everybody wants to trade places with us. They want us to believe in the hype of Africa when they clearly do not believe in the hype themselves. They don't believe in the hype of Africa. They want to say, oh, so many young people are there. It's going to be the new frontier and all this. It ain't going to be the new frontier unless somebody does the sacrifices of making it so. And the Africans think that we should be making it so. And that's where they got it all fucked up. We're not destined to be sacrificed for Africans. I'm not. None of the people I want to associate with does not. You guys got to do your own sacrifice. Get your own people excited about doing the sacrifice. We're not willful participants. Sorry. I'm sorry you thought so. But we ain't going. We are not going. Nikki says the main ones telling us to go to Africa are the ones in America and Europe. Yeah. And for people not to call them out, it's like, come on, y'all. Come on. This is ridiculous. Pan-Africans playing all docile like little hoes and bitches. A lot of them are very effeminate and gay, which I don't hate. I had that lifestyle years ago, but a sign of weakness, a sign of wanting to get validation, a sign of wanting to be accepted. And these people don't give a damn about you. You're going to be used like a toothpick and then flipped into the garbage disposal or the garbage can. You're not going to have a good life better than what you have here in America. You best believe that part. You will not have a better life unless you all the way sell out to sell us out. That's the only way. You might see somebody that see the possibility of you being a useful fool for them. They might spruce you up for a little while so that you can be the influence that they think you can be towards us. But I'm here to call y'all out. I'm here to show how fucked up and wicked and weak you are. to try to get us to be on the side of Pan-African lies, trying to colonize us to Africa against our will and consent. The nerve. Thought she said her family was in Togo. Yeah, she did mention Togo. I don't know. Maybe half her family's from there. I don't know. Lom is Togo. All right. It says exactly having dark skin doesn't mean we automatically identify with them on a spiritual, social, or cultural level. Every day now, Africans are going back and forth about them being the people that was first called black, Nikki. Now they want to be the known first called black. It's like you weren't calling yourself black, buddy. You rejected that term because you had a culture. You had a tribe. You had a name, remember? Now suddenly you want to colonize, and now you want to say, I'm the original black. We're the original blacks. We're supposed to be over you. We're supposed to be looking out for you. If you let us, yeah, we're going to look out for you, all right? We're going to take you for everything you got. Don't let them do it, y'all. Don't let them do it. Oh, he sold her to the shrine. Yeah, sold her to the shrine. She was supposed to be a slave forever. And a good old white man saw her struggling and went and purchased her freedom, y'all. Can y'all imagine? The white man had to save the African from the African. Oh my God. Exactly having dark. Oh, I read that. And he said most of them are a lot darker than us. Yeah, exactly. Their whole energy is just off-putting. It's very off. I picked that up. It's like a lot of them don't have soul or consciousness or critical thinking. They know a lot, but they don't want to know the truth, so they don't study on real truth and real information. They want to stay in the fold of, I'm a black supremacist. You're black, I'm black, but I'm the original black, and you have to be under my protection, yo. But you're not protecting yourself over there in Africa. So I don't believe you will and can protect me because you're not doing it. You're not going to Africa and floods and trying to say, let's get this shit going. No, you want to steer clear out of the way. And you're trying to put us in harm's way. That's how I know you're not for us. You are essentially our enemy. You're letting it be known as much, saying, come over here. We need you for citizenship. You need to get a house here. You need to build this. You need to invest. Like, why is everything about us doing it? Because they want to colonize us. Now, speaking of which, now I thought this was crazy news right here. Crazy work. Over 30,000 Nigerians in Ghana has been arrested for crime in Germany, South Africa, and Uganda. Now, this is a South African. Remember, June 30th, all the African nationals are supposed to leave South Africa or else there already has been unalivings, 5 Mozambique people, a couple of Nigerians that I recently heard of. All kinds of stuff is going on. Many Pan-Africans ain't uttering a word about South Africa. They want to say we're xenophobic, but we're not trying to attack nobody. We just want proper representation to get these demons and vampires off of us. We're tired of y'all sucking and attempting to take from our blood. My God, can we have space? No is no. We said, no, we're not interested. We don't want to join forces with you. We do not trust you. We do not like you. Can you please go find your real people and holler at them? Stop coming to Black Americans like we're the solution to you. We're not. And we don't want to be. We said, no, no, thank you.
Every African country They are here in our country to suck our country dry. And our government is doing nothing, literally nothing. Ramaphosa is failing this country of it. Ola Mula goes on public platforms calling South African vigilante groups when we are fighting for our country. And I don't understand, why is it the country not calling for this Ronald Lamula to step down? Our immigration law does not allow any foreigner to run spaza shops. Why do we have spaza shop every corner of this country, Why are we not closing down every spaza shop in this country? They are not supposed to be running the spaza shop. By the law of this country, they are not supposed to be running spaza shops. Saloons were failed. Churches, they're not supposed to be having churches in this country. Because, to be honest, for me, that falls under informal trading. Because we know these days churches are business. They're running churches as business. And they're not even paying tax. And they're even selling drugs in these churches. We have seen it, Buffett. It's going to be very difficult to fix things that we're accused of that are not even true. We know that we are fighting illegal foreigners in our country who are destroying. Nigerians are selling drugs in our country. When we call them out, they're calling us xenophobic. I see Ghana has joined them now. Zimbabweans destroying our country. Mozambicans also destroying our country. How many times have I come here, some of these Mozambicans that are coming to our country are not good people. They're raping children, kidnapping women. How many of our women should suffer? How many of our children should suffer? Before Ramaphosa can see this is a serious crisis. If the government were doing their job, will not even be fighting with these illegal foreigners online. We are fighting with illegal foreigners because the government has failed this country. Ramaphosa and his people, they have failed this country. The Department of Home Affairs, they are failing this country. The Department of Labor, they are failing this country. Ola Mula, they are failing this country.
Let's get down to business stuff. How many drugs do you have? And what type of drugs do you have? I have instruments. How much drugs are you going to give me? I have half bag. Where is that bag? Where is it? It's there by now. Which place is in the house?
130, I think, as of this morning, I've registered. But if the 130 that are registered are those that don't have the resources to get their flight tickets to move back to Nigeria, that means government have to go in. And for government to go in, definitely there must be the provision of funds either to procure.
From National Citizenship and Immigration Control, apprehended 62 Nigerian nationals in a Jumani district on the 27th April 2026. They are not part of this. They are in our facility in Namave. The 62 Nigerians, I want you to note that. The group was found operating illegally, specifically without valid work permits, while engaged in activities that included the operation of a church. These people come very, very, very highly restricted. So the individuals in the Kampala operation include citizens from Pakistani, most of them actually from Pakistani, India, Bangladesh, Ghana, Myanmar.
One is sitting there, it's two of them. They are selling this thing and the quality they are selling is bigger than us. Nobody come to us again, this is the truth. So this thing I do is a little, the one I'm gonna used to take care of my family, but not too much, but like it can work up. I'm not lying to you, like 7,000. And it's all together because it's January, February.
I don't want drugs for 7,000. I want everything.
If I have more, I didn't give you. I'm full.
Let me tell you something. Your friend is giving us more drugs. Yeah? Yes. You know why? He understands that I'm serious. Yeah. Understand? Okay. I'm serious.
I know.
You're gonna take me home and give me more drugs. Do you agree?
Chief.
Do we agree?
Chief, I will take you to my house. I'm not gonna, when we get to my house, you search my house.
I don't have time for searching, Chief. I want you to give me drugs.
And put your hand there. Put your hand there. Yes, that thing is there. That's that thing. It's all. This is all I have in my hand.
This is not all.
I don't have to let you, and I put them all together.
What was difficult for you to give me everything?
This is all I have, Jim.
This is rope.
I'm sorry.
And what is this?
Yeah, it's Kate.
Kate.
Yeah. And the other one is Kristen.
Stuff is all.
What's the game plan?
Glad you asked, sister.
Need I say more? I mean, it goes on and on and on. And I mean, I don't mind what the South Africans are doing because, again, they don't want to be overtaken by foreigners that came there. Like anybody from their home country is not going to allow a group of people from another land come over and just dictate to them whatever. Nobody will allow that. Somehow, people think that Black Americans should allow foreign melanated people that's now clinging to the word Black, claiming that anyone that can be called Black can somehow speak for us. That is a wrong move of belief by anybody that's playing in our face about Pan-Africanism. We cannot allow foreign melanated people to speak on our behalf. They cannot have no say on what we do. They cannot have no control over our money. They cannot have a control or say in our destiny and our movement. Anybody that believes that Africans should do that, start with yourself. Start with yourself, Africans. If you believe, but the thing is, in all honesty, Africans and Caribbeans, most of them, not all, because there are a few good Africans and Caribbeans actually, but the vast majority, it got to be a high 80%, feel like they think that we somehow have been upgraded and prioritized because we don't have to go deal with what Haitians are dealing with, people in the Congo, people in Ghana, people in Nigeria, people wherever that are like bombarded with uncertainties and confusion. They don't understand why we're so free and clear. It's because our ancestors did the sacrifice. They gave their life. And we enjoy the freedoms, even though it's not 100% perfect. We might be close to like 70% of what we really want is 100. But at least we got our voice and a choice to do right or wrong. But you're held accountable here in America if you do wrong. I think a lot of things that happens on the continent, you can do wrong and you're not having any consequence. A lot of people get away with a lot of very unsavory and wicked maneuverings and activity. Now, this video I'm about to show you, this is in Nigeria. There was a mass protest that erupted in Ibadan, OU state, where people were being kidnapped, of course, abduction of school children and teachers. And people are really fed up with having all these kidnappings all the time. And the president never goes and settles this issue because he doesn't have to deal with it. He don't really care about his people dealing with stuff. But people want us to link up with these types of people and trust them and put our neck out there on the line just because of the word black. You guys got me fucked up.
Ibadan, the sprawling capital of Oyo State, has come to a standstill today, June 1, 2026. Thousands of citizens, youths, teachers, civil society activists, and ordinary residents have taken to the streets in a powerful demonstration of frustration, fear, and anger. The city, known for its vibrant markets and bustling traffic, is gripped by tension as roads that once teemed with life now pulse with chants, placards, and the resounding call for justice and action. Today, Ibadan speaks, and it is a voice fueled by desperation. The primary reason igniting the protests is the harrowing situation in Orire local government area of Oyo State. On May 15, heavily armed bandits raided schools in the Esiele and Yawuta communities, abducting dozens of school children and teachers. The brazen assault left families terrified, communities traumatized, and the state grappling with outrage over the perceived slow response of authorities. Videos and eyewitness accounts from the affected areas show children fleeing in terror, teachers crying as they were forced into vehicles, and parents desperately searching for their missing children. The abductions, still unresolved more than 2 weeks later, have become the central rallying point for today's demonstrations. Protesters are calling for the immediate and safe return of every kidnapped pupil and educator, warning that continued inaction will only deepen public anger. Beyond the kidnappings, protesters are voicing broader economic grievances. Inflation, rising food prices, and escalating transport costs have hit ordinary citizens hard, leaving many unable to afford basic necessities. Vendors in Mokola Market lament that daily business is shrinking as the cost of goods soars, while transport operators struggle to balance rising fuel prices with commuters' dwindling ability to pay. In tandem, youths describe mounting frustration with unemployment and the lack of meaningful government intervention. Placards and chants across the city reflect this dual anger: bring back our children, stop hunger, start security, and we deserve better. The protests have emerged across multiple flashpoints in Ibadan, creating a citywide spectacle of organized civil discontent. At Mokola Roundabout, hundreds of youths have gathered, waving banners and chanting slogans that denounce insecurity and economic neglect. Local leaders, civic activists, and students are leading the crowd, and the atmosphere is tense but mostly peaceful. Here, local volunteers are distributing water and first aid to ensure protesters remain safe under the scorching sun. Observers note that the turnout at Mokola demonstrates the depth of public frustration. This is a community.
Now, let's ask this. Why aren't the popular Nigerians in America bringing light to the situation? Why are they always acting like there's nothing wrong with Africa? And at the same time, wagging their finger or bringing us up about unity. Case in point, Godfrey. Godfrey has been given a mission to always bring us up and talk about this unity. He's Americanized. He was born here. But he clearly understands his people overall. But he's talking more, I've noticed. He's letting different statements come out and always bringing us up a lot in discussions. And he's really a Nigerian, but this same Nigerian won't post up anything pertaining to the kidnappings or anything that's pointing a spotlight to Nigeria. But they always got something to say about Black Americans, and why they always have something to say about us is because they want to be over us. They think that it's their rightful place. Like, seriously. They believe it's their rightful place to have us subordinated under them, and that we are free and clear of their clutches. And what can they do to somehow get us wrapped up into their situation without our consent or blessing? That's how, that these people are not for us and that we should not trust them and have nothing to do with them. But listen to this.
Me is crazy, right? Because they're playing into the power of the hands of.
Well, that's the impact of colonialism, right?
Exactly. Exactly. When we could come together and become a formidable force as a continent, right? Yeah. We could create one currency. We could create,
And that's where it should stand. Bringing us up after he says this should be ignored, because Africa has never gathered themselves among themselves. There's so many possibilities where they can have Zoom meetings. They could deal with one another individually. They could re-strategize, but they are colonized. And a lot of them don't want to rock the boat because they're paid well. Their family for generations will be okay. So who cares? But here he is performing for the camera, talking about there should be a one Africa, one goal, and watch how fast Black Americans are brought up.
Easy cross-border where you don't have to have a visa to go to Nigeria or to Rwanda. As an African person, you should be able to just move freely, like what they do with the European Union. But some people...
Black unity is what they're afraid of, with even Black Americans.
Yeah.
Us coming together, they go, we gotta get...
Again, the focus never stays on Africa long. Whenever somebody wants to point out Africa, here's Godfrey. What about Black Americans? What about us? We don't want to fuck with you. We don't trust you. We don't know you. Go handle your business among yourselves. You got all these big ass, burly ass men comfortable in America. They refuse to go to Africa, but they're talking to us about unity. Get the fuck out of our face. Listen to this again. How fast he brings us up.
Easy, right? Because they're playing into the power of the hands of...
Well, that's the impact of colonialism, right?
Exactly. When we could come together and become a formidable force as a continent, right? Yeah. We could create one currency. We could create, easy cross-border where you don't have to have a visa to go to Nigeria or to Rwanda. As an African person, you should be able to just move freely, like what they do with the European Union. But some people...
Black unity is what they're afraid of, with even Black Americans.
Yeah.
Us coming together, they go, we gotta get, same thing in America, Blacks fighting.
Yeah.
They've got to keep us because they're afraid if we
right,
it's a wrap. That's what they would do.
Ain't nobody afraid of nothing. We don't trust you. We don't have no reason to trust y'all. Y'all never came to America and gave us so much as a hot dog. Okay? You guys been here for 60 plus years since 65, the Immigration Act. And what did y'all do when y'all got here? Y'all stayed to yourselves. Y'all went and strategized to take over portions of restaurants and business and other things, trying to be in politics now. You guys didn't respect us, and you most definitely don't respect us now. You just want us to be included in the festivities of our demise. You want to have say over us. That's why you guys always keep us in your mouth. The Black Americans, we need to unify. Based off of what? You don't talk about Black American community and helping out the Black American community. You talk about Africa. So how can we unify when everything has to be centered around Africans? There ain't no unity because y'all don't give a damn about us. You just want to use us, and we don't want to be used.
J. Edgar Hoover, he said he was hired of the CIA in the 50s, 60s. That's how he got rid of black leaders. He said the worst thing that can happen to America is black unity. Yeah.
Again, not even a minute, and he turned the conversation from Africans to talk about Black Americans. This is what I'm talking about. They are overwhelmingly obsessed with us to the point where it's unhealthy. It is unhealthy. It is stalkish. It's demonic. You can tell that these people got it bad with wanting to incorporate us into their bullshit. They got it bad.
Cannot have that. He said that, stated it, and said it's the greatest. He said it was the greatest threat. It's the greatest threat to America is black. Yep. It's black unity. Yeah. I mean, that's like damn. So that's everywhere. Yeah. Right.
But you're not black, and he didn't mean you when he said it. He meant Black Americans, but they're trying to hijack. It meant every melanated people. We did not. Reverend Minister. What's his name? Oh, Lord. Martin Luther King. I couldn't even think of it. I'm tripping. Martin Luther King, when he gave up his life, he wasn't thinking about the world. He was thinking about his people in America. Also Malcolm X and every other person that had passed away. They weren't concerned about so-called melanated people around the world because we were too busy trying to fight for our survival. After we won civil rights of 1964, perhaps Martin Luther King brought them up to say, hey, give them an opportunity, because he watched the news and seen how bad off a lot of people were. But he did not foresee what would happen 60 years later, how unappreciative a lot of these Africans are that come to America and how envious they are. They don't like us being well known and influential around the globe. They want to be the influence. They want to be talked about. They want to be reverenced. That's the whole thing that they have in their spirit, in their heart. They feel like they can't be anything unless they beat us, unless they cancel us, unless they do away with us. That's why Pan-Africanism is a tool for colonization of Black Americans. And that's why they promote it heavily. They're not going to different continents or different countries on the continent of Africa talking this Pan-African talk or ridiculing people where they need to be ridiculed. Every time they bring up Africa, it's not stayed on Africa. It always comes back to us. They act like they want us to believe like everything evolves around our subordinating to them. And that's why they're so fixated on us.
Even in Africa, right? You don't want that. Yeah. So when we go back to kind of Zimbabwe, is that same type of Is it still occupied by a lot of whites? And a lot of them left, so it's not like South Africa. It's not like South Africa, okay. But we still have some, And don't get me wrong, I grew up with some of these guys, and we're great friends, whatever. You know, they're Zimbabweans too, right? We have to call them that. Hold on. That's interesting that you say that, because I've had this conversation. Let me drink on that. No, but because to me, this is a real conversation that I think it's interesting, because I've often said this, and you answer it, and you tell me what you think. If my father decided to not come to America, and he raised us, and we were all born in China, and I grew up in China my whole life, nobody would consider me Chinese if I was born in China, right? I would never be considered like that. Yeah, I would never be considered Chinese, right? You know why, right? Go ahead.
And why is he bringing that up? He's bringing that up because he's trying to allude to Black Americans not really being American. That's what he's trying to elude. But we are. We've been in America for centuries, and we have indigenous heritage of American soil that nobody wants us to understand and know. But he's saying that to say it's so ridiculous for Black Americans to be cleaving to the American title, when in actuality, they're really African. That's what he's alluding to right here.
They don't want us to have anything. Yeah, so you can't even claim that, but if you're white and you said I'm Chinese, they'll go like, yeah, that's the privilege of being white. Yeah, we can see. Right. So, but then it almost feels like you were saying, well, you almost go, okay, we don't want any controversy, so we'll say yes, they are. At the end of the day, it's because nobody was ever going to believe I'm Japanese or Korean or no, even though you have born, raised, they'll still be like, nope, because of just racism, that you don't have the right. But a white person go, I'm still like, I met white South Africans. I remember being in Central Park, and we're all hanging out, and somebody asked me, oh, where are you from? And my parents are Nigerian, blah, blah, blah. And this white woman, it's like a model, she goes, I'm more African than you. I said, how? You don't look it. Yeah. She goes, I'm South African. I go, like I said, you don't look it. Right. And so this is in a picnic. The whole picnic up. Here's what lets you know where you're really from. Yeah. If it really hits the fan in Africa, those who claim to be white Africans are always able to leave and go back to their ancestral countries and be welcomed. You got white Zimbabweans who left Zimbabwe when we got independence. Yeah. And yet they were born in Zimbabwe, but because they claimed their heritage was either British or German or whatever, they were able to go and get a British passport, go straight to England. Oh, and you couldn't if your parents wanted to leave and say, hey, we want to go back to. Where you going? To where? Where's your heritage? Your heritage is Zimbabwe. And then they get mad at you there, because like in America, they say, why don't you go back to Africa? Right. What do you say when you're already in Africa? Why don't you stay here? What do you? Because they would say that to a black American. Go back to Africa. Yeah. But then when you're in Africa and whites don't want you there, and black, you go away.
Again, going back to Africa is for y'all to go back. Okay, it's understood clearly that we are American and you guys are not, and that's what everybody's worrying about. They're worrying about that birthright citizenship, how it's gonna end up being. Are people going to lose their citizenship in America with everything that Trump's trying to do? They want us to be the same as them. They're trying to equate us as being the same. You have to see how incrementally how they maneuver, and they put stuff out there in the atmosphere to suggest things. They're trying so hard to equate us equivalent to them, but we're not. We're American, and we have proof of that, and we have lineage to here long time ago. But they are desperately trying to include us with the storyline of we're not really from here either. Use a goddamn lie. That's not my narrative, though. My narrative is all we have is America, and all we know is America, and I only count the ancestors that are here in America. I don't count no other known person, because that ancestor that may have come from Africa was banned from becoming or being a part of their tribe or whatever their real name was. If that was true, they lost it. They had to reform or make a, metamorphosis into something else. And that's what we are today. We are a whole new people on a country that we've only known, and we have Africans acting as if they want to have domination over us, and they think that they're slick, and they think that they're cute, and they think that they're smarter than us, and that we can't peep the real game that they play. But I peep it all. And Godfrey, I used to like him, but I don't like him no more, because I see where he's going now. And he's a useful tool used to try to, mess up the mindset that we need to have. Like, for instance, I don't know if you guys heard, but Haiti just recently was on a boat trying to get to America illegally. 240 migrants, y'all, were found sinking, a sinking boat. And this was an illegal journey to United States, but they were found it out. Again, the Africans don't never want to talk about the Haitians. Nobody wants to talk about Haitians. They could care less. Everybody's fixated on Black Americans because they are targeting us to try to dominate and subordinate us to them. They're trying to colonize us and tell us that the piss that's being peed upon our heads with all this shenanigans is not really piss. It's fresh water. No, it's piss. They're doing the most, y'all. Look at all those people, y'all. It's crazy. These people are willing to risk their life on a boat looking like this to try to sneak into America. And these same people would have us believe that Africa is our homeland while everybody's trying to take the place of us in America. It's a real wicked game that they're playing. It's a trading game that they're playing. Let's do a switcheroo. Let's do a swap. Let's do a destiny swap. We'll take on the advancements and the accomplishments of your people while you pretend to be me and go to Africa and risk your life. For what? Nobody else is going over there to Africa to risk their life unless you're a fool. Like I said, the land of milk and honey is in America. Everybody from all over the world is scrambling to see how they can make it work. Despite what Trump is doing, they're still willing to risk it all, no matter what, but telling us that we shouldn't feel some kind of way with wanting to stay here. If we do, we're under the massa. We what do they call it? They're using our lingo. Now you're the house Negro. You can't use our lingo, Africans, because you were partakers of the slave trade. You sound dumb when y'all use our lingo. Y'all sound ridiculous. But they would like you to believe we need to go back to Africa or we will never be made whole. It's fucking crazy. Now, speaking of which, a lot of people is fleeing from South Africa like never before. Ghanaians are caught in the crosshairs. There were 300 Ghanaians fleeing South Africa. Some came back with broken legs over the brutal attacks of the South Africans. I wonder how the Black Americans are faring in South Africa. Are they one of the ones being caught up? I don't know. I haven't heard yet. But it could happen. If enough of us go to Africa, we could be mobbed, violenced, unalived, sacrificed, all kinds of stuff. They're outnumbering us. We can't do nothing. And yet people tell us that's the safest place to be. Like these people could never turn up on you. Come on, y'all. But that's the issue that they have. They want to be everywhere else but Africa. I want to see when they talk, though. Let me see if I can fast forward. This guy had broken legs. Watch this. Why can't all Africans return to Africa? Why is it so hard for them to do without force? Why are people telling us to go do what they don't want done first? Again, because they foresee us under their dominion. They see us being overtaken. All of them are in on it. The Caribbeans are in on it. The Africans are in on it. The Congressional Black Caucus is in on it. The NAACP is in on it. All the Democrats are in on it. But now we know the truth. We cannot go back to being dumbed down and stupid unless you choose to be. Unless you choose to be. I hope and pray that my people will wake up to reality and stop allowing yourself to be played and done all kinds of ways, man, by these people that don't give a damn about you. Like I say, Africans deal with their own people very crudely, you know. I don't know if you heard, but Tema community had 25 evictions. It talks about the residents crying out after court enforced a land ruling displacing them. Of course, if you got money and you want to claim a land, these people will allow you to pay them money so you could displace these people because they don't care about their own, and they most certainly won't care about you also, Black American.
Of Tema Community 5 have been evicted after a court judgment was enforced in favor of a developer claiming ownership of a disputed land. Well, the affected families say they paid for the land multiple times and are now appealing for some form of intervention. More in this report.
An early morning demolition and eviction exercise has left some residents of Tema Community 25 around the Savannah Junction area displaced. The exercise followed the enforcement of a court ruling in favor of a developer who claims ownership of the disputed land. Affected residents were seen in tears as they recounted years of payments made to secure ownership of their properties. Some say they paid for the land twice after different individuals emerged claiming ownership.
First one, I thought assassin was I know we buy assassin and India and Kodane court case. And they acquire any panel and yet right person I thought assassin I want to ho. Into Onuna or your right person, I'll say, you thought assassin or until me papa sent you second one. That's how the man they say, you thought assassin or right person ho. And now, or start to see a Danny na area. You have for us, I say.
Claiming the land. Okay, if you're claiming the land, you have to place notice on our buildings. You have to place notice on our buildings. Then we know that you have won the case. We will go to our landlord, the one who sold it to us, and ask what will be the next step. We are not meeting the man. You understand?
And then I was not around then, but as you can see, the demolition is going on. We had issue with the owner of the land. They said the issue was at the court and they have put an injunction on it. So we were waiting for them to, come up.
One resident alleged that he was assaulted.
Again, they only know how to take. They only know how to enforce things by brutality. They will do this, and they have done this to their own people of Ghana. But somehow our people are purchasing land and building stuff. And eventually this will be their fate. And what are you going to do? You can't fight them back. You can't fight them off. You can't stop and block them. You will be dealt with easily. Once they bring those bulldozers and have their way with it, you'll be looking like these people right here.
By security personnel after he was seen recording the demolition of his building.
Pensi ya home ya mo frame be 5 o'clock no mo say o ma ba o ma start ebubu amanfo dan enti e ba e no ma du ba bia kube no wo no na me bra ye say o stop o mo say dabi enti o mo bu ya ba be du aha say o mo du wa say na me mi gina ha say na me phone so we ye dia enti o mo bu dia mi twa say na obi fa bi a me den mehu na police no wan ka hwe anche me wa o ba say me fa phone ne ma no na me so phone ne say enka adwuma na mo yenti me fa phone na ma no na o say na ma fa phone na ma no dia obobo me say me say o me fa phone ma no obo masum na me to form na me sister say no on hwe na am ro me na me sister be kan no twa ma say na me sister na ina e form mo me da form na obo me twede o bro me o form o me sister nipa be.
Well, I don't know anything that he's saying, but we can just look around and see he's in the midst of demolition and he wasn't really given notice. He said, I was assaulted while on the floor until my sister advised me to hand over the phone. This is happening in Ghana, where they seize your land at will, taking over your accomplishments and your living arrangements in your life. They just swarm in. Do as they want to do. Oh, well. My people want to fuck with these type of people. That's like, oh, well, fuck you. Man, we're going to hear all the cries, I'm sure, from a lot of these people. They're going to feel it. Let me see. There's another video I want to show. So we have so many people that are trying to be in our space, man. If y'all don't understand that we're the ones that they envy, and why? Because they don't have to struggle if they're over here in America like they do at home. They don't have to be blindsided like they are in Africa. So they want you to leave so that they have a nice place and spot to replace you in. Now, speaking of which, with everything going on in South Africa, Ghana ain't taking no for an answer as far as retaliation. So Ghana has been actually beating and attacking women and foreigners in Ghana since South Africa started doing it. Here is this video, a South African exposing all of this. They don't want them to hide nowhere. And praise to God that South Africans is like letting us know. I've heard some Africans hop on platforms and tell us outright a day or two ago that they're trying to overtake y'all. They think y'all fools and they want to take you over. That's why they're trying to be mayors and governors and in the Senate and everything else, because they want to take over and they want you to have to be submitted to them. That's what they desire. And that's what I'm trying to stop, because we ain't got time to be taken advantage of like that. You know, like I said, you guys got 1.3 or 4 billion to like take over power, and at will and consent, have at it. Just leave us out of your dreaming. You know, you can't have us. We're God's chosen for a reason. We've been chosen for a reason, because we always were close to God and we weren't a part of the wickedness of many other people that, you know, seek out the devil and all this other stuff. Where is that video? I just had it. You guys got to check out HLULANI, the TSONGA Prince. He got a lot of videos where he is showcasing everything that you can imagine. I'm trying to look for this. A Ghana police kidnapped an American lady and demanded money. Here's another video. Let me show you this video before I forget. Hit that like button. I'm going to wrap this up in about 20 more minutes. I just want y'all to see what is really happening and understand that we have no reason, no rhyme at all to believing any of these people. For what?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, quick one. I've got just one video clip that I want to show you for those who don't know who I am. My name is Lani Zona Prince from South Africa, from Zanzibar. For show you. If you have not hit the subscribe button, please hit the subscribe button and don't forget to notification bell. So every time I upload a video, you're the first one to get my videos. Don't forget to subscribe. It is free. Kamala, you pay nothing. So let's continue to hit the subscribe button so I can try to make as many videos as possible. And don't forget to hit that join button if you become a member. Contribute to the channel. Less than $2, less than $30 if you can become a member and support the channel so I continue to make as many videos as possible. I also want to say thank you to my returning subscribers.
Oh Lord, come on.
That I need to share this video. I wanted to do another video, but that video is gonna be long, so I'll post that video tomorrow. And there's another video that I wanted to talk about. It is about the young man that was killed in Cape Town, but I'm not gonna talk about it now. I'm gonna talk about it tomorrow. But I want us to talk about this video clip that I just saw here. An American who went to Ghana, who was kidnapped by Ghanaian police, and they demanded some money. So I want to ask Ghanaians, is this how your police officers operate? What is going on in Ghana? So please let us know. Why is this lady complaining about the safety in Ghana? I just want to know. Let us know what is going on in your country that your police officers are kidnapping people when they come and visit your country. Because she's saying she was kidnapped and they demanded a lot of money from her. But let me not talk too much. Let me play you this video clip because of it. I want to make this video as quick as possible. I just thought, let me pass this message. So South Africa, you can see it is not safe to go to a country like Ghana. It is not safe. I've seen some videos where even some police officers that got arrested. I do believe a story. I went to the comment section and some of them, they would just say, oh, it's not possible. It's not possible. This thing could not happen in Ghana. But I've seen your Ghanaian police, how they treat people there, especially even you who stay in Ghana, how they treat you. I've seen some other police officers getting arrested. So, yeah. But let me play you this video clip and watch this for it. Listen to it.
Last night, I was kidnapped and robbed by the police in Ghana. I was kidnapped by 3 masked police officers. They covered their license plate. They didn't have name badges on. They completely covered their face. And as soon as they decided they wanted to take us, they took our phones and my camera. So I couldn't record. I couldn't contact anyone. I couldn't even look up, what was legal for the police to do. And obviously, not sure the law would have helped. They are the law like that. So the Uber driver that picked us up at the end of the night told me that this is something that happens frequently. The police set up these checkpoints all over the city and they'll stop you for anything. Like you cannot come to a complete stop. You could have something on you. You could do nothing and they will stop you. And if they find out that you're American or they suspect you might have money, then they will take you. They decided they wanted to take us. They heard my accent because they asked me a question and I had to answer. And they checked our bags.
Key word is take. They're looking to take. That's the whole goal. What can we take from these bitch ass Black Americans that don't deserve to be where they're at and have the status that they have and have the protection that they have and have the name of American on their passport? How can we get them done dirty? They will find a way if you take your ass over there, for sure.
They checked our whole body. And when they looked inside my bag and they saw that I had cash, they decided I needed to get in the car. So they told me to get in the car. I tried to ask why. I tried to say, is there anything else we can do to handle this? No. So they told me to get in the car. And they got mad anytime I tried to ask a question. So I realized, I cannot fight back right now. I have to simply, do what they say. So there was a friend of a friend that I knew in Ghana, and we had just went out to eat. So we're in the car together. They actually cuffed him because he's from Ghana, but they didn't cuff me. They just sat me in the car, and they drove us around. Little did I know we were driving in a car the whole time, but I don't know where I am. I don't have my phone. It feels like we're getting further and further from where I'm staying. I'm feeling, I'm feeling terrible. One of the cops is in the back seat and he has his arm around me the entire time. They were screaming at us most of the time, and then sometimes they would decide to be nice. It was definitely a good cop, bad cop type situation. They told me I would not go back home to America. They would arrest me and those charges would not let me board my flight. They told my friend he was going to go to jail. And the threats kept escalating. At one point, they even made me read a Bible verse and explain to them why that meant we should pay them before they take us to the station. This was the most nonsense I'd ever heard in my life. But again, they're all armed. There are big ass guns in the trunk. At one point, there were 5 officers with us, and then at other points, there were 3. There was no leaving. There was nothing. So at one point they pulled up at an ATM and they told me, take out as much as you can. Are you dumb? Do I look like I'm fucking dumb? And I know y'all are probably like, why'd you get in the car? Why did I get in the car? I didn't have a choice. You try resisting 5 fat ass, armed, stinky ass, and let's get into the smell, because the car stank. So at the ATM, I told them that my car.
wow. So she's saying they can't even see.
Anyways, like I said, you will be chosen to become a victim once they know you are an American with no protection and they can just have their way. However, this is what they desire for us to continually dumbly do while talking about citizenship all over the place and giving this impression that that's all we desire. No, I don't desire a citizenship in Ghana. I don't desire to visit Ghana. I don't desire to associate with anyone over there at all. So I have to get proper representation so that my words and people that believe like me will be covered and prevented from having these people having access to us. That's the way I see it. That's what I'm on. I hope I will get other people to be on what I'm on, because you need to protect your family and yourself. These people have no intention of doing right by you. They're just using you for a time until they can turn up and act a fool. As soon as they got you good, man, they're going to do you hella dirty. They're going to do you so dirty. Please wake up, people. Please share the video, like, share, subscribe. These people are not our friends. These people are not our people. These people want what you got, and they want to spit you out as soon as they get it. Do you want to be treated like that? Come on. Then I want to show real quick Ghana attacking people because of South Africa. Let me find that video. The South African guy is on top of everything. He's on top of everything. But like I said, they've been hopping on platforms telling the truth. I respect South Africans to let it be known like it is. I mean, I think that if they had better police and other things that we have over here, they wouldn't want to get physical, but they don't have those resources and manpower to do what Black Americans can do and not get involved physically. That's why we have to take it up with a lawyer to talk for us so that we don't have to get out of our skin and act a fool. I don't want us turning into what South Africans have been involved in, you know. We're God's people. We don't have to act up and loke up. We shouldn't want to. But I'm so concerned about the ones that don't dare think about us having protection. Like, why are the people that's most influential on social media not thinking we need to have protection and representation? Like, we are not supposed to just leave at will and chance that these people are speaking up for us. We should, deliberately denounce all of that. Like, for real. I can't even find this video now. The hell? Please hit the like button. I won't be long. I hope to find this really quick. But yeah, it was reported that because of what's happening in South Africa, the Ghanaians were loking up on foreigners in Ghana. And now I can't find the video. I had it earlier. And it's from this guy right here that told it. Okay, let me see if this is it. It says Ghana is xenophobic attack and their president says nothing. Let me see if this is it. I want us to ban Ghana, y'all. Like, for real. Once you know your enemy, you got to act against that enemy. Ghana is our chosen enemy. Like, it's fucking crazy.
You are liars. You are criminals. That's what you are. And you think that we don't know our history. We know our history. And our history won't be told by Ghanaians and Nigerians. What you're doing to African people in your country. But when we fight, we are called xenophobic. You are hypocrites. with your leaders, with your useless leaders, idiots.
And we must begin to have more compassion for each other. And I feel strongly about this point, particularly at this time that we are seeing another round of xenophobia rear its ugly head. We cannot be talking about trading amongst ourselves, integrating, when we are not welcoming of each other.
You see this idiot, he did not want to address the things that are going on in South Africa until he was threatened by the Nigerian government telling him that they're going to be cancelling MTN. You cannot call the president of South Africa an idiot. You cannot call the president of any country an idiot.
There is no African country can call our president idiot. Please, Wafetu, share this video, especially to these Ghanaian people if you know them. Share the video. You can become a member and support the children's story. So I've shown before, and new videos that I want to show to you, Wafetu. These old videos, they had to be part of this video because I need to tell the full story. And without those old videos that I've already posted in this channel, the story won't be complete. Because I want Ghana to come close here. I want you to come and explain this first video clip that I'm going to play here. I want you to tell me what is the difference between this video clip and the other video clip that where your guy was being questioned by Victoria, Elmo Trevor, and the rest of the team. I want to know what is the difference? What is that you are doing that you think it is not happening in South Africa, or what is happening in South Africa, or you think it's not happening in your country? Because I've got a lot of videos and I'm back to expose your country. Regardless that I do see some Ghanaians who are good people. And I'm not going to come and sit here and say every Ghanaian person is like this. But the majority of you are exactly like this one that I'm about to show you. And you are busy hiding. And there is no space for you to hide. I am going to expose you. And as long as that short man, that minister of yours, still goes to this platform, try to expose South Africa, or try to spread lies about South Africa, when you are busy in your country doing worse things with what is happening in this country, and we are simply saying we don't want illegal foreigners, we don't want criminals in our country, we want all of them out. There's no time for dialogue, for rubbish.
Again, that's what time we ought to be on. No time for rubbish, no time to tarry. You got to know what you know and act on what you know collectively. We cannot be indecisive and unsure and wanting to sit on the fence and not offend nobody. A lot of us have a tendency to do that, especially the likes of African diaspora, Phil Scott. He is repping the diaspora that we're not really a part of because we don't have anybody that we come from a country. But he represents the lie in his YouTube channel, African Diaspora. He makes a lot of money from globalists. He makes a lot of money from Democrats and others that's promoting this return to Africa to us. They're all in on it. Then in the same breath, he turns around and says, I'm FBA too. We have a right for our own agency and movement and self-preservation and all that. On the fence. One day talk this way, one day talk that way. Confusion to where you don't do nothing and you're just a distraction. We have to act on how we believe to take charge of what's down the road attempting to happen to us. We should already see on the wall that these people intend to take more privileges and assumptions about what we are calling ourselves as being here in America. Again, people is presuming that we're Pan-African, whether we like it or not. They're presuming that we need a touchdown in Africa on one form or another, and that our monies need to go and help support Africa and Ghana in particular. West Africans, even BN has offered citizenship. You had Sierra Leone offer citizenship. They were trying to claim to want citizenship in Gambia. They've been trying so hard to get us to be crazy over so-called citizenship in Africa towards us. Like really, really bad. Because they're all in on us being subjugated. They're in on us being subordinate to Africa. They're in on us having our name snatched away from us and them claiming us as Africans. This is why they keep badgering us and harassing us and stalking us over this notion that we belong to Africa and that we're African. They're trying ever so hard, desperate right now, to colonize us and snatch us away from ourselves. Will the real men and women that are Black American please stand up and say, we ain't having this. We don't care if we have only 1 million that's active to want to do right by themselves. Many others will follow later. There's a lot of people that are just built different, that they don't feel like they have to do anything until it's too late. Then they want to cry and moan and act a fool and, self-detonate. I don't want to get to the point where I want to self-detonate and I want to do something really reckless off of somebody making a decision that I did not and would not ever receive and accept. I have to make sure that my voice is heard alongside of the propaganda that's taking effect. We have to have a separation from these people that think that they can speak for us because of so-called, they can be considered Black too. That's what they're doing. They're taking liberties that they should not take on account that they can be considered Black too. Like everybody can be in the lane of representing us and leading us because of the word Black. No, you have to be of the soil and you have to have our best intention for our survival. And if you don't, you cannot represent us. Okay?
For that nonsense. We just want you to go back home, go back where you come from, because we're going to fight for this country. Any illegal foreigner in our country, any criminal, documented or not documented, if you are a criminal, we want you to go back to your home country. Go do your criminality nonsense in your own country. Enough, it is enough. But South Africa, I want you to watch this very first video clip. The other 2 clips, I've played them before. But there's going to be 2 other new clips that I want to play. But I want you to pay attention what these Ghanaians are doing in the country. If they call what we're doing in South Africa xenophobic, this is xenophobic on another level. Because these people are hypocrites. They are hypocrites. This is what is happening in the country. And the president and the ministers, they are busy trying to destroy South Africa. And we are not going to allow Ghanaians to talk rubbish about our country when they are busy in their own country doing the worst things. So we are not going to allow Ghanaians to spread lies about our country when they know exactly what they are doing in their country. Enough, it is enough. And this short man, tell this short man to stop talking about South Africa and talk about his country, what your people are doing in your country. Enough, it is enough. But let me play you these video clips. We shall come back. And I want Ghanaians to come to the comment section to come and explain yourself. What rubbish is this? And I want them to come and explain the difference between White Trevor and Victoria Africa and the rest of the members. When they were busy questioning your guy that was here in our country illegal. But I want you to come and explain what is the difference here. You are doing exactly even worse things. You are there with your TV stations and your big cameras
Man, it takes a long time to get to the video. I've been trying to be so patient, but this shit is really annoying. I feel like if I make it go forward, I'm going to miss the very thing he's been talking about this whole entire time. But it's good that he's very vocal and passionate about what he sees is happening in his own country. Again, people don't want us to have an opinion. People assume if we do speak out and in support of ICE, that it has to be the white man that brainwashed us. Like, we don't think for ourselves about our own survival, and we don't have our own mind to figure out that millions over here that came illegally is not going to benefit us overall as Americans. It's not that hard to tell. But people is trying to like keep us in the mode, in the mindset of the 60s, like we're all in this together, but you guys are not us. We weren't together with you in the 60s. We don't owe anybody anything for our survival. We only have the right to self-protect ourselves. We are not obligated to worry about everybody else around the globe. Everybody assumes that's what we ought to do, that's our title, that's our role, that's our goal, that's who we will always be for everybody else. No, we're breaking that lie. We're going to put a line in the sand and say, no, we're not going to do what you think we ought to do. We're going to do what we should do for our survival. And you can just complain about it and bitch about it and talk shit about it. But everybody has the right to sovereignty. They have the right for protecting their own in their own homeland, just like South Africans do, and everybody else that does. We should not be no different. People are trying to tell us that we're not real Americans and we shouldn't care what happens over here with other people. Like, you're dumb. Like, I should care. I care about what happens in the end, because I have no other option, and I don't want no other option that's trying to undermine me and do me dirty.
Dating other African people in your country. But when we do it, you call it xenophobic. This is xenophobic at its best. Watch this video.
You think we can do this in Nigeria? No, I'm asking you, do you think we can do this in Nigeria? Why will you come here and you will not buy by our laws? Right now you are begging me. You have come here. Everybody have seen that you don't respect our law. Where do you live? I'll make sure you take you to the sanitation court for the law to deal with you. You see, this is the best guy you are begging me. If I don't make sure the law will do with you, tomorrow you do the same thing.
Why face their leader the way they have loud mouth and they are on social media bragging. They should use that strength. They should use that strength to go and face their leaders, so that their leaders will fix the country for them to stay. We are tired of them. We can't stay here with Nigerians. From today on, everybody, every landlord, we are warning you people. We should stop renting rooms for Nigerians. We should stop renting shops for Nigerians. Those who are selling.
Where are the Pan-Africans talking about this? The Ghanaians are telling the Nigerians they're not welcome. And other foreign nationals, they're not welcome. Where are the big panels of Pan-Africans going off and going crazy about the South Africans? They barely bring it up. It's like an afterthought. They don't care about what happens on Africa. They just want us to get to Africa. That's their goal. That's all they think about. That's all they're told to do. You need to inform these Black Americans that their better days are in Africa. Their identity is really African. You're just the same as everybody around the globe. You ain't nothing special. Although God has preserved you and kept you, and the world is watching every detail about us, other people want to take over that narrative for their benefit over us. They want to silence us. They want to keep us scared and docile and confused and unsure. And they want us to think of the word black. No, we're not doing that. None of y'all are doing that, apparently. All of y'all have your own stake for your land and your identity and your space and your comfortability. Everybody thinks that they have the option of that except for us. Everybody thinks that we're supposed to act like we're just a help for everybody. Everybody believes that we are the help for everybody. That's where they went wrong. And they showcased all of this all at once to the point where it was so loud and piercing. There's no way that you could look away and not see this stuff.
Lands for foreigners, that's what's up. Foreigners who are buying land in Ghana, a time will come, we are going to take all those things back from you people. The country belongs to Ghanaians. We can't share our country with anybody. Ghana is for Ghanaians alone.
They said they can't share their country with anybody. It's their country alone. So Black Americans, where do you fare? When it all hits the fan against you, will you be spared, or you will get this message or beat up? Let's go.
So my advice to the ladies who are giving themselves to Nigerian guys, they are using you people to destroy Ghana. Nigerians are not good people. They don't love you people. They are using you people, the women, to destroy Ghana.
Wow, he says the Nigerians are using the women to destroy Ghana. Wow. Well, I'll declare. The hell?
Our sisters, why stop? South Africa don't choose the Ghana, don't let Ghanaians or no trouble Ghana, no fix our country. So we want to fix our country. So we want all the foreigners to leave. They should also go and fix their country. We are tired of them. They are taking our ritual. We are doing drugs. Now the youth are taking drugs. Prostitution. They are doing a whole lot. So we are sick and tired. So we are talking to our president that we are pleading with him. We cannot stay here with kidnappers. We cannot stay here with prostitutes. Now the country have turned to
She said we cannot stay here with kidnappers. We cannot stand here with prostitutes. She's preaching. These people bringing all this stuff to my home country. My God. But look, here's the other video I was trying to look for. Ghana's on the attack. Hold on.
Everything, I've got evidence. I'm going to expose you. I'm going to expose you. I am here to debunk all the lies that you are putting on social media. But watch this video clip. Watch this. I'm excited. Watch. Beating up foreigners.
Again, they want so bad to have authority over somebody. They got it bad, like that song from Usher. You got it bad, they got it bad. They got it real bad. She's a foreigner. I pray God she's not an American. My goodness. But she's getting her ass mollywopped by all these Ghanaians. A woman. No remorse, no concern, no consideration, no brother and sister vibration, no unity whatsoever. Pan-Africanism, forget about it. Oh, that's a fucking lie. Everybody is trying to wait their turn to have authority over another. And that's only when they feel powerful, is when they take away your consent and your autonomy. That's when they love to be in that zone right there.
Fellow Africans and making them feel unwelcome, Ghana proudly welcomes them and affirms that this is your home.
Nothing but lies. This is a double-speak, a double-tongued individual who always want to maintain a persona about himself as being righteous and kind and fair when everything else is going off the Richter scale. You know, floods are happening, people are being undermined, their land is being taken from them, foreigners are being beat up in Ghana, but he wants to come and act as if everything's okay. Everything's going according to how it should go. But in actuality, he has no control and he knows it. But he's selling to y'all that it's all good, that we are peaceful over here and you'll be spared from the white supremacists and all that type of jab. That's what they do. They just performers. They're liars.
People now see all the benefits that Ghanaians are enjoying if you have a Ghanaian passport will suddenly want to metamorphose into being Ghanaians, but they are not Ghanaians, and we know they are not Ghanaians. And so if you are not a Ghanaian, you do not qualify to own a Ghanaian passport. And let me use this opportunity to warn that any foreigner found attempting to acquire a Ghanaian passport will be swiftly apprehended and handed over to law enforcement. And the Attorney General has assured us that there will be swift prosecutions and you are going to end up in jail. We are very, very strict about that because we do not want anybody to come derail the gains and the current value addition that we have brought to Ghanaian passports. We are not going to allow.
And Black Americans, you will never, ever, 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 never, under no circumstance, be considered a Ghanaian. Even if you get citizenship, would you be foolish enough to play in the traps that they have set for you? I don't know, man. A lot of you guys are just lost. My God. I hope just some of y'all I can catch and I can influence. I know I can't get all of y'all because y'all hell bent on destroying yourselves. You're hell bent over being somebody else's slave or bitch or hoe. Like, I ain't never seen the days like we're seeing right now. This would be a time where a lot of people would never go for the stuff that's going on right now. But y'all play around with it. Get jiggy with it. Patty cake with these motherfuckers. These motherfuckers trying to take you out. My God, can't y'all see? Anyways, I've been on here long enough. My whole reasoning for coming on today is to just showcase how the past transgressions of many of these West Africans, in particular Ghana and Nigeria, that stuff ain't never ever went away. Again, floods, go look it up. Floods are happening as we speak. He went and did a stunt in, I believe, UK, appearing with some Ghanaians that were over there, showcasing businesses that were there. The same day that President Muhammad did this, there was a big flooding that had occurred, and it's still going on. They have issues with drainage and stuff clogging up the drainages, the debris, the tree limbs or whatever get in the way, and they just constantly have these floods that they refuse to buckle down and fix before the next raining season. They refuse to get out there and do it. They want other people to put a band-aid over the problem by paying towards their pain and suffering during the rain season, but they never bother to fix it. So that just goes to show you what types of people we have in front of our faces right now. They're not real serious people. They're serious about taking your money, though. They're serious about undermining you as an American, though, under the guise of blackness. They figured out a way to be a thorn in our side because they can be considered black now. They never wanted to be black before because it was blasphemy to be considered black. People without an identity, people that are clueless on who they are, so they told it. And now these same people come back in the last 10, 15 years talking about we the same as you. My God. They ain't the same over there in Africa, but they the same as us over here. We're all mixed up, and we got indigenous heritage here as well, but they just like us. Better watch out.
Yes. Oh, Charlie. Huh? Another one that I was shocked at is Taifa. Hey, Taifa, yeah, you should have suspected, Charlie. The road is also flooded. See what I like. This one is this. Yeah. What am I saying? This is Taifa, guy. This one you are seeing is Ashoman downtown. Look at how the place is flooded. Charlie, it's becoming too much. This is June 3rd, guy. So much. Oh.
They telling us to get residency and citizenship there, y'all. This is what we need to have happen to us. Let them tell it. This is our destiny if you let them tell it. Well, they're going to come to America in your place while you exchange places. Let them tell it. Come on now. What's going on with this? Oh, shit. No, I don't want to work. Okay.
Now let us also look at the Nana Krop area. That is the East Legon Hills area. From Ashali Boche taking you to what? East Legon Hills. Take a look at this drone footage. That is the road taking you there. And it is crazy. Look at how the cars are going. Just one side road. The other side is already totally flooded already. And this is crazy.
Yeah, so this is so much of Nana Krop. And the Boche is down.
This will never, ever be fixed until dumbass black Americans take their ass over there and do the work and labor to fix it and be good little slaves and servants to Ghanaians. That's what they think is on the table to have happen, that we will be the ones to go over there and do the labor in place of them doing it themselves. Like, really, y'all gonna let these motherfuckers play y'all like that? I'm trying to tell y'all. So with everything, please like and share the video and understand that whatever someone's past is, perhaps you need to investigate their present, because if it's the same along the lines of what it was back when, God does not want us unifying with people that have the mindset of sacrifice and consuming you like vampires. That's my take on what's going on with Ghana. And I'll read some comments before I go real quick, because I kind of forgot about reading comments. Hold on, I forgot. I read that. Okay, African Goddess says that she believes that Africans are capable of building up Africa, and indeed no one else can do it. I would like to see it done, thought she said. Oh, I read that. Let me go back. The whole energy's off-putting. My guess is that Haitians want to be somewhere that they can earn hard currency to send back to relatives. Yeah, so they don't desire this Pan-African bullshit talk. They want to be in America like we are. Everybody wants to be here. You said, I wouldn't be surprised that's probably where all those weird viruses come from. Yeah, what you are describing is not necessarily witchcraft. Some of it relates to traditional African spirituality. Well, it doesn't sound righteous. It doesn't sound like something I ever want to learn or need to know. Men are being kidnapped too. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Hey, what's up, Charlie Shaw? Thank you for being here. Long time no see. Thank you. I miss seeing you. And we have to get from foreigners out of our government. Yeah, we gotta, some proposals and policies are being brought up. Nancy Mace brought up disallowing foreigners from having, office, Senate, Congress, president, mayor, or governor. That should have been done a long time ago. I don't know what the hell y'all were thinking about. You said what is this? FUFIRU or future is his Ghana. Who are you talking about? Who is that? I missed that totally. Those people in Texas never came from Ghana. Exactly. Tahanga says, well, Juneteenth is a Texas issue, and they need to check Ghana for that, because if a foreigner tried to step on my culture, it would be furniture moving. Okay, furniture moving. I mean, it's all of ours. We should protect it no matter what. That's why I say we got to boycott. We got to boycott Ghana. I mean, snatching up ancestors that are not there should be everybody's attention, to boycott Ghana, to boycott the Asians right now. They think that we just gonna just be dumbed down peasants for them. It's crazy. This arrogant speech, sis. Who is that dancing? I don't know what you meant by that. I'm not being arrogant. I'm telling the truth. How did we all come from Ghana in every state? That doesn't even make sense. They just want to claim us because it's a power move. They don't care if it's wrong or right. They just want dominion. That's what they're coming for, and we got to protect ourselves from these people. You say, isn't it a Black American community in Ghana organizing Juneteenth celebration? Most Africans don't know what it is. The point is, African Goddess, whether or not the dumb birds of Black Americans suggested it, he's capitalizing off of it. I heard upwards of $4,000 for people to go and celebrate Juneteenth in Ghana. I hope and pray a flood will come and everything that can go wrong goes wrong, and these people suffer behind even daring to pull this off. That's what I pray, for real. You said Pan-Africanism has done a number on us. Yes, it has. All the more reason why we should separate from these people. Exactly. I think many professionals here get frustrated by the system. African Goddess says, Akon City. Oh, yeah, that was another joke. Oh, yeah, let me finish up playing what he had to say, because he was on a roll. I totally forgot about that fool. You said, I couldn't even build this raggedy home village. Always trying to speak on people who's in a much better social economic position than they are. Exactly. They don't want us to be. That's why they speak in and trying to influence us. They're trying to influence us to be dumb. Like Akon knows damn well his bitch ass would never go back to Senegal Under no circumstance. He gonna stay his ass put in America and get you to take your ass gone. That's what he's gonna do. And that's what just frustrates the hell out of me. I don't know who these people think they are, but they be talking hella reckless to us. You said, think Akon does have various business interests in Africa, but his only was definitely a scam. Exactly. Tahaka says, so it is our fault that you can't build your city in your home country. Akon, keep us out of your mouth. He was hoping that we were going to pay towards the Akon coin. He was trying to get us to get involved with cryptocurrency so he can scam the fuck out of us. We own a lot and we are not going to Africa. It is nothing there. Exactly. Nikki says, build infrastructure in Africa when we already have first world infrastructure in America. Exactly. That makes sense. Me drop what I got to go start over again for you. Do they hear themselves? Exactly. Do they? They are colonized too. I don't feel sorry for them, Fred, though, because they earned it. They associated with the people that conned them out of their own shit. And they were the people that began slave trade. They taught the white people to be slave masters or taking over slaves. You said, oh dear, he needs to give back the land they took from these villagers for that fake city. Exactly. MS Gen X says, preach. Thank you for being here. Yes, I'll leave my comfortable first world home to go live in a dangerous third world slum that you don't want to be in. Exactly. Akon would not be shit without Black Americans. We made you and who you are. Exactly. The whole Africa is not a slum. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are some nice places, but 80% of it is not so nice, though, African goddess. I think Ethiopia is dope. For what speech showed of Ethiopia, I was impressed with Ethiopia. But I can't say maybe some parts of South Africa. I think Rwanda was known as the cleanest city or the cleanest country. I don't know, but I wouldn't trust Rwanda under no circumstance. Compared to America, it is. Akon, shut the F up and sit down and leave New York and go fix your country. He lives in New York? I thought he lived somewhere else. These are the ones who swear they know how to work hard. Exactly. No, I'm good. We have no culture and language, and I don't know who we are. Remember that? F that, yeah. We will have to agree to disagree. Check out Santon or Banana Island. Okay. You said right. A lot of us are too friendly with them. Yeah, I don't care to be friendly. I don't even care. No, I really don't. I know about that place as well as cities over there, but compared to America, it's not all of it. Nikki says after they go over there and get scammed, they get online asking Black Americans for help. Exactly. But I thought your family and home was Africa. He says some of these people going to Africa are not buying land through the right channels, and we are buying government reserved land or buying what in fact is leased land. Okay. Yeah, all the more reason not to trust. You said the way we know it is messed up in Africa because they all are trying to leave instead of staying there and build their land up. Exactly. Nobody's having a movement to tell them to go back home. They're telling us to go. Look at that. Listen to that. They want us to go in place of them. It's crazy. No, have no reason to be honest. Okay. And most are in Africa, all 1.5 billion of us. There's a lot there. I don't know how you guys are going to maintain feeding all those mouths. What minerals are there? I don't even know. But they don't know how to build from those minerals. Tahaka says, it's nice, so you all shouldn't have no issue. Get them foreigners off all your land. Exactly. That's exactly the point. We have a lot of poverty and inequality in Africa, so it's a high-risk environment for foreigners. Exactly. I don't want to chill with no hungry-ass pit bull or shark. Hell nah. Hell nah. You said Africa holds about 30% of the world's known mineral reserves. African goddess says, sorry, don't believe this story. Africans have negative beliefs around mental health. Believing that it was some sort of curse from the shrine is easier to accept. Really? Okay. Nikki says it's got to be spell work because 15 plus years ago, nobody was talking about we came from Ghana. None of us believe we came from Ghana. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's some crazy shit going on. I'm telling you, they've been doing a whole lot of magic against us. Not sure that there is really large numbers of BA living in Africa. I think it's just a few. It can't be more than 10,000. I bet you. It can only be about 10,000 or less. My parents and grandparents never called themselves AA exactly. Our birth certificate does not say AA, so I don't know why people expect us to call ourselves that just because they have an agenda exactly. How you doing, Anthony Reese? Thank you for being back here. I appreciate you. Happy Sunday. And African Goddess says, is it Ghana proposing or did the AU send them? I think it's a combination of both. Dr. Ericana, like I said, African Goddess, she was the African Union ambassador between 2017 and 19, right before the year return. And things was on the upkick as far as influencing us to go to Africa and invest. She had a lot to do with it. Miss Scamalot, Dr. Ericana. And she hasn't really been out here on these streets as much because of all the stuff, the heat that she got from what she did with Burkina Faso. But she's been lurking about. She has a database collecting people's information, names and identity, and asking for money that you pay per month, and also having you do investments that she never is going to build. She lied and said in 2019 she's going to build Wakanda City in Ghana. Where is it? Even this President Mahama, he was a president back in 2013 of Ghana, proposing to do a Hope City that was supposed to be highly technological. And he lied and had investors pay and everything. And it was all mismanaged and it was all a scam. It went down and never came back. They even had Chris, what's his name? Lord, Chris Brown perform there in Ghana to initiate this Hope City. It never came to life. Like all their plans never come to life. But they get you to spit out money and they become billionaires and millionaires off of us believing the lie. I just don't want us to be permanently damaged under the lies that they tell, you know. That's why we got to get representation. You said, think Adris was doing that DJ gig in UK before he went to the US, so this is not new. But house music is not as music, African Goddess. That's our music. We produce house music. Okay. Jocking our style. Shabuzi jocking country. My God. You guys say we don't have no culture, but everything that we do, we find y'all doing it. Even double Dutch. Africans now are claiming double Dutch. It's crazy. They want to be cowboys now. They want to do double Dutch now. They want to be a rapper now. They want to be a DJ now. I mean, where is the innovation of Africans? They want to brag so much about being superior over us, but they have to go back to the blueprint of us to have something to do. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy out here. You said Akon is fake and only reason he can get away because he was on New York. Okay. They're mimics. Yeah, definitely. You ain't never lied. The way I see the U.S. in the near future is tribal and fractured states. If Americans don't be unified and stop the division, the U.S. will go down here. Yeah, Anthony, we got to get this shit together before 2028 for sure. We really have to hunker down. You said we are going to be fine where other countries we are good. African Goddess says, think it's the same in all the Western countries and it's global. Tahanka says another fake Israelite. I was there for that one with that fake Hebrew. Oh, was you? A mass house, Nikki says. Yes, I agree. It's global. These people are very unhinged. Exactly. There are more than 50 million Black Americans, and they expect us to act like America is not our home. Exactly. And then they want to call us a coon. Like, how do you get to call us coons or shambles? We're not shambles. We're not unified with Africans. We're not related to Africans. They got it all fucked up. They think that they can just cause stuff to be. We're unified. All bad blood is underneath the bridge. No, you don't get to dictate how I'm gonna move and what I believe and what I think. No, I don't trust you. I don't know you. I don't like you. Stay gone. Shit, that's my prerogative. He said, my birth certificate don't have a race on it. I was born in the 80s and my family is documented in Virginia as Pony and Chickahominy Indian. So that's what he means. This ain't my country. Oh, really? You said I was talking to a Black woman. She got offended by me calling her American. Really? Was she African? She got offended. Oh, Lord. So he needs to name where exactly in Africa his home is. Yeah. Didn't Trump stop that 6 region nonsense? I think he did, but I'm trying to, Nikki, get ahead of it in case the Democrats get back in office. We got to think about the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario, if the Democrats get back in office in 2028, we got to have representation before they try to pull anything on us. And if they try something, we should sue them. They have aggrieved us. They've caused a lot of unnecessary anxiety that I have. They cause a lot of anger. And I just don't like what people are allowing to have happen, talking about us and telling us we're going to do something for another fucking foreign country or a continent. Like, no, I never agreed to help in any capacity. Who are you to try and instruct anything of me to do? If you're so big and superior, start with the Africans and direct and demand stuff of them. That's where you need to put all your energy on, but they're not, because they feel like these people are above us and that we are the ones that need to be pimped and submitted down to their superiority complex of thoughts. They want to be a Black supremacist, like white supremacy. They want to treat us the same way that white people have done, but just with a little twist. They have not changed. They have not changed. Surely they are speaking about Africans abroad. African Goddess says, this woman on her, she is very smart and respectful, very well knowledge. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just being honest. Nikki says, no, the wording on their website was very specific to Black Americans. They kept mentioning tapping into our 3 trillion annual spending power in America. Exactly. They got it bad. You said, actually never heard of Pan-Africanists until I came to hear her channel. Yeah, I just found out about it in 2018. That's how I learned about it. It's all about money. Africans want. Exactly. Democrats keep putting people in office like Madani. Yes, that's terrible. I don't even think I want to come back to U.S. You probably are good where you are. You said you're U.S. born. I heard that. Who wants to go to Africa? I have been there and was not impressed. Exactly. Yes, Pan equals you're up for anything. You identify with everybody and you'll date anybody. Exactly. There's also a demon named Pan. I heard of that. That was a guy that is in the forest. He's half human and half animal. And he roams around the forest acting like he can't control himself. Yeah, I heard of that before. That's too worldly for me. Very weak in the mind, weak physically, and weak in the spirit. Right? They are too small-minded for me. You can tell they haven't evolved much since being colonized. Exactly. They want us to do the work. You said that's not true. Africa has actually made a lot of progress in the last 30 years, although we still have a long way to go. But the reason why we can't see it because most of them won't return, African Goddess. They won't go back. They got American on YouTube, and he is all for Pan-Africanists, got the cultural apparel and all. Oh, Lord. In fairness to South Africa, many of the people there are working in the informal sector, competing with poor, unemployed Black South Africans. Okay, Ghana has been sending planes to South Africa for its citizens. Yeah, they have. Yeah, get them all. Get them all. Take them all back to Africa. Has Ghana ever sent a plane for the Black Americans they are trying to coerce into their country? I'm sure that's coming. Right now, they're pretending on a couple of other Ghana channels that there's like a war of words as far as Black Americans wanting citizenship, but they're complaining that it's too high, and that they have a petition where Black Americans are signing on to try to get a remedy for the high cost of citizenship, which I think is over $2,000. But we don't care. Only a handful. They're just trying to make it seem like it's widespread of all of us really interested in citizenship in Ghana. We're not wanting to go to Ghana. That's why I want us to be like you saying that bullshit over there. We ain't got nothing to do with that shit. You said I forgot to tell the host of the channel, if you go to Congress about the issue of Pan-Africanists, get a 501c and get people to donate money. 501c is non-taxable. Really? Is it non-taxable? Wow, okay. That's why all the churches and stuff do it, Anthony. Is that a GoFundMe principle too? Like if we would do a GoFundMe to pay more money to get a lawyer, is that taxable? Or did the Black Americans have to pay out of pocket to go back home to Ghana? They had to pay all their money, resources. Why would they have any say at all in our government? It's because they're trying to like take over, man, on purpose. They have overstayed their welcome. Yes, they have. They were actually never welcomed. Biden just opened the borders and let them all in. Yes, they did. Biden was to blame for this mass immigration and Democratic Party. Yes. Yes, they are protesting because they rightfully believe that the government is not doing anything about those 42 school children, wow, 42 who were kidnapped. I totally agree, Nikki. I love everybody open up the borders while working. Low income work and do without. Huh? I kind of got confused there. Oh gosh, is that the parent of one of the children? They apparently have beheaded one of the teachers. Wow. It does no good to send USDA food over there because it gets taken by the drug lords. Wow. We found that out with the 89s, 80s, okay. It is difficult to talk about the government in Nigeria without being arrested. Yeah, I can imagine. What about the Americans that are Nigerian, though? Why won't they say nothing? Can they be punished all the way in America? African goddess? He's not that relevant in our culture, and I wish he would stop acting like he is. He should worry about Nigeria. Exactly. I always felt like he was a goofball, always following that lad TB around like that. His daddy. Okay, American government needs to do that for our country. And man, you guys got a lot of comments. I can't read all of them. Oh, Lord. I'm going to play the last portion of Akon to reinforce my claim that these people are really designating for us to go in their place, and they think that they have the right to enforce stuff or suggest things to us. But ultimately, if you won't go do what you're inviting me to go do, I most definitely am not going to be interested in doing it. This is it. This will be the end of the video. Please hit that like, share, and subscribe. I am going to put a petition up on a couple of sites in regards to my petition, and I hope to get at least 1,000 to sign on it. I'll let you know all that information once it comes into fruition. And once we get 1,000 or more, I'm going to resend my petition to let Trump know that there's traction to the petition. And at the same time, I intend to look for a lawyer that will handle Ghana, the African Union, and will look and review what can be done about the Democrats. That's what I'm on. So people that want to support me, please like and share the video. And I have a TikTok, 4black00. I hope to go live at the end of the month. I hope to find a lawyer before the end of the month. But if not, I'm still going to be looking. But we need to understand who is on our side. You need to be on your own side, because these people are not for us, and they will never be.
Clothing line, whatever. Start it there. Do it there. Don't even start it. Do it there. It's gonna grow out of there anyway. But Africa's big enough you won't ever have to need no other country anyway. Think about it. Everything you do is in America. How to Africa? No, you don't.
Well, it depends on you.
Africa's the second biggest continent in the world. Africa. It's over 1 billion people. Who's the biggest continent? Europe. Who's the biggest continent?
Well, it's continent and country.
Asia is the biggest continent. Asia, that's then China, Africa. Korea. It's all them, Russia, India, all them put together though. Right. That makes Asia. Right. And it's not that much bigger than Africa. And Africa is the second biggest continent.
Wow. With more natural resources as well.
With all the natural resources. Right. That's the difference. So we literally got a pot of gold and nobody even going for it.
Exploited by outsiders.
How do we start this? How do we start to say, you know what, let's invest back in the motherland. I think the key is, first of all, you got to release the fear, because a lot of, African Americans are afraid to go to Africa. Like, because I'm not gonna lie. I was offered so many shows to Africa, I'll be honest. And then they told me I could get shots. And I was like, I'm good. Mm-hmm. And I'd never actually been to Africa because I didn't want to get the shots. I didn't know they injecting shit in me. But I was scared. Mm-hmm. This is back in the day. That's why I said you got to release the fear. Got to release the fear. You have to, because first of all, only white people need shots to go to Africa. Black people don't need no shots to go to Africa. But why?
They don't need shots to go to Africa. There have been Black Americans dying off of malaria. What the hell is he talking about? But this is what I mean. They have no integrity to be God-fearing or righteous for good of people. They want us to be told what to think and how to feel, and they don't care if they do it by lying. You got to get shots. Yellow fever, a malaria shot. You still are vulnerable because you don't know the atmosphere of Africa. Many people get sick over there in Africa. People have unalived and died over there in Africa. And he's telling lies.
Is that even a rumor that you need shots to go to Africa? I mean, it's fear. The same way they told you AIDS started in Africa. Wow. You can die from malaria. They telling you all this stuff. None of that stuff is real. Wow. They tell you, you go to Africa, take, shots.
He's saying malaria is not true, y'all. Can y'all believe this? My God. Crazy.
You gotta take like 5 or 6 different, types of shots to save you from this, save you from that. Why does that rumor even exist, though? I mean, because they know the value of Black people going back home. Can you just imagine if African Americans in America decided, you know what, man, fuck America, we going back home, and then all the value that we bring here, we took over there. America wouldn't exist no more.
But he ain't mentioned himself, and he ain't mentioned no African. He's just talking to this dumb idiot right here, believing every line that this clown, this lying ass Tether has told. It's crazy.
And Zumanda, none of that will work. Think about it. Just imagine, man. All the major ball players left, started their own team back home. All the major recording artists left, started their own labels back home. Just imagine, just those 2 sectors. We're not talking about all the inventors that never got the credit for all the shit that they invented, like cell phones and all that Black people invented. You would never even know. All these software companies that's taking, you have no idea. We don't even know how much value we even have. We have no idea. Just imagine if we just woke up one day. I gotta wake up with you, Echo. Pause. That's real.
And nobody challenged him. This bitch ass nigga did not say, hey, if it's so great, why aren't you living over there telling us about it on YouTube or telling us about it on TikTok, telling us about it on Twitter? You ain't gotta be there. You ain't gotta be here to really showcase. You gotta lead by example. Why didn't he ever say that? Why don't you lead by example and go back to Africa? And then you might get some of us to believe that what you're saying is true. He couldn't even say that. He is acting very docile and soft. And these are the type of men I cannot stand, because they are governed about being in the end. They don't want to offend nobody. They want to just get their money, their good money, with their head down. They don't have to present themselves as challenging or careful or thoughtful over what is being said to their community. This is why we fail, because we have too many of these types that are willfully ignorant, and they want to portray themselves as really getting into the know of stuff when these people are actually trying to trick us out of our blessing. They're trying to trick us out of our birthright. They're trying to trick us out of our sovereignty as an American. They want us to be less protected so that we'll take risk and gambles to go to Africa and listen to people that don't mean you no good. And these type of men are in our way. That's why I have to speak up and be more vocal, because it is really a plague right now going on. It really is.
That's real. That's real. That's real. That's real. That's real, man. No, that's real, man. Because collectively, we got enough to do it. We don't have to buy or borrow anything from nobody. We can do it ourselves if we just came together to do it. That's such a beautiful thing. I really
No. You need the Africans to lead their own destiny and do their own sacrifice. They have more than enough men and women. They have over 1 billion people. They can mobilize and get them to do and go to work. The thing is that they believe we're to serve them. That's what they're fascinated by. That's what they're obsessing over. That's why they're stalking us. And that's why we have to get a bone about ourselves and find defense and representing ourselves moving forward, so that whenever a Democrat comes back in office, what they have set in play won't work with us. They'll have to go to the ones that are not prepared and don't have the knowledge and know-how. But I'm not going to be a part of the sheeple, the people that's tricked into believing into lies and second guessing who I am because of other people that showed up in America trying to persuade me to think of myself as anything but an American who has survived a lot of different things in life. And our ancestors went through the tug of warring, and they sacrificed their life for that we can have what we got. People don't like us having what we got. They want to snatch what we have so that we don't have a safety net. We don't have a safe place to be. They want us vulnerable and compromised. And that's what they're working on. And it's up to us to get serious about stopping that from flourishing in reality. Please like, share, subscribe, check out my TikTok. I will be doing things and informing y'all when I do it. And I hope to get really smart people to add to the conversation, because I don't know a lot. I don't know a lot about computers. I'm learning as I go. I just know that I need to speak up and be vocal moving forward. Please join and, support. Thank you all for being here. Bless up.